Testing, testing, one, two, three.
Testing, one, two, three.
Thank you, Fernando.
Test 1, 2, 3. Testing floor 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Testing the YouTube stream as well. Testing floor 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Saya
I think we'll give permission.
Excellencies, Special Rapporteur, distinguished colleagues, representatives of the civil society, ladies and gentlemen, a very good day to you. I hereby open the fourth meeting of the Asia-Pacific Regional Forum on Minority Issues. It is my honor to welcome you all to what we hope will be a very productive and meaningful 2 days. I would like to remind all participants that simultaneous translation is available in English and Bahasa Malay. The interpretation function is available on the Interaktio platform. Please contact the moderators or tech support on the platform if you require assistance. All statements and interventions can be made in either of these languages. This is the fourth Asia-Pacific Regional Forum on Minority Issues convened since the establishment of the annual Forum on Minority Issues by the Human Rights Council in Geneva. I would like to thank in particular the UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Dr. Fernand de Varenne, for organizing the regional forum. It is my pleasure to first give the floor to Mr. Shigeru Aoyagi, Director, UNESCO Bangkok, who will give his statement by recorded video message. Just a second, please. Thank you for your patience.
Good morning and good afternoon, ministers, colleagues, participants, and guests. Please allow me to begin by extending my gratitude to the UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Mr. Fernando de Balenes, and Tom Lantos Institute for inviting and making possible UNESCO's participation in this very important and timely Asia-Pacific Regional Forum on the 30th anniversary of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities. UNESCO joined the first Asia-Pacific Regional Forum in 2019 in Thailand. And it is great to see the dialogue has been actively ongoing. Within 2022, making the 30th anniversary of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Minorities, the theme of this year's forum on minority issues requires us to review, rethink, reform. This simple equation suggests we review challenges facing minorities in our region. We rethink how to strengthen protection and the promotion of their rights, and reform the institutions and the mechanisms for ensuring minority rights in our relevant sectors. Review, rethink, and reform have also been on our minds at UNESCO, especially in regard to education. Rights of persons belonging to minorities have been central to the work at UNESCO. As you may know, the UNESCO Convention Against Discrimination in Education was adopted at UNESCO's General Conference in 1960, becoming the first legally binding international instrument entirely dedicated to the right to education. The convention has largely influenced the Education 2030 agenda and continues to serve as a powerful tool to advance Sustainable Development Goal 4 on inclusive, equitable quality education for all. The UN Declaration on the Rights of Minorities is particularly connected to SDG Target 4.5, which aims to eliminate gender disparities in education and ensure equal access to education and vocational training for the vulnerables, including persons with disabilities, indigenous people, and the children in vulnerable situations. Under the Asia-Pacific Regional Networking Group on Learning and Education 2030 Plus, technical working groups focus on specific areas of marginalization, such as multilingual education, disability inclusive education, and out-of-school children and youth in Asia and the Pacific. This year's theme, Review, Rethink, Reform, comes at an appropriate time as our world must respond to unprecedented widespread challenges for dealing with and recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic. These challenges are especially relevant to education. Before the pandemic, millions of learners faced learning crisis in failing to learn what they needed to achieve to reach their fullest potential. This learning crisis mostly affected marginalized learners from minority backgrounds. The COVID-19 pandemic has increased learning loss for these learners, exacerbated by pre-existing inequalities based on ability, gender, vocation, ethnicity, language, wealth, refugee migrant status, and other factors. Due to school closures and the digital divide, and has demonstrated the urgent needs for education systems to become more inclusive, equitable, and gender transformative. The 5-year progress review of SDG 4 on Education 2030 in Asia and the Pacific, which was published by UNESCO and UNICEF last year, found that significant progress has been made towards improving access to quality and inclusive education in the region. But the most disadvantaged learners continue to be left behind due to discrimination, inadequate policies to mitigate exclusion, and inadequate, inequitable budget allocation and data collection. Children from poorest families and rural areas, often where many ethnic and linguistic minorities live, are less likely to experience positive and stimulating home learning environments. These children are also less likely to have access to organized learning activities prior to starting primary schooling. This same population are also more likely to have lower proficiency levels in reading and mathematics by lower secondary education and be entirely out of school by the time they should reach upper secondary education. In general, students who speak the language of test are generally more likely to achieve minimum proficiency level in both reading and mathematics at the end of lower secondary education in many countries. Minority learners also encounter both internal and external barriers to their accessing and receiving a quality education. Internal barriers encountered in education system include exclusion within educational content and pedagogy, admissions and the workforce, and inequitable distribution of education budgets, whereas external barriers in the education system include discrimination against difference and diversity, reluctance to recognize minorities and inadequate policies, legislation, and strategies to mitigate exclusion. Notably, most minorities are affected by more than one factor of exclusion. For example, UNESCO has developed a guidance note which highlights specific challenges that ethno-linguistic minority children face in returning to and remaining in school. These include factors of remoteness, lack of appropriate learning materials, and language barriers themselves, where, for instance, such learners may speak mother tongues at home, but another official teaching and learning language at school. Thus, solutions and strategies must work towards mitigating all the external and internal barriers at once, or minority learners will continue to be marginalized from and even within education system. In order to address learning recovery and build education systems inclusive of disadvantaged and vulnerable learners beyond the COVID-19 pandemic, policies and strategies must ensure equitable access to and participation in all learning environments and opportunities, including skill development, the creation of safe school environments for the most vulnerable and marginalized, and the realization of gender equality in and through education. As such, system transformation is required to ensure that schools and education systems become more inclusive and gender transformative in terms of policy and planning. These challenges were recently addressed and discussed at the second Asia-Pacific Regional Education Ministers Conference, which was jointly organized by UNESCO and UNICEF in partnership with Ministries of Education of Thailand and Japan. The conference served as a platform for the ministers of 46 member states of UNESCO from Asia and Pacific region to take stock of and analyze progress made towards achieving the SDG 4 goal on inclusive quality education for all. One of the thematic sessions focused on equity, inclusion, and gender equality. But this key topic was a point of discussion throughout the other sessions as well. The outcome document, Bangkok Statement 2022, will inform the important discussions for the Transforming Education Summit at the global level. In September 2022, the summit will spotlight the urgency to act fast to transform education, building on the UNESCO report on futures of education. Under today's theme of review, rethink, reform, my hope is that all these present today continue to see education as a primary means for recognizing, protecting, and promoting the rights of minorities to ensure that all learners achieve their full learning potential in safe, peaceful, diverse, and just environments. In pursuing this, we must ensure that equity and inclusion are central to discussions for transforming our various sector systems. Once again, I'd like to thank the UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues and Tom Lantos Institute for inviting UNESCO to this very important forum. I look forward to hearing the expertise and contributions from all the esteemed speakers today, perhaps especially those from minority groups. I am just as eager to learn from the insightful discussions, overall recommendations, and the potential implications for our ongoing work in this area at UNESCO. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shigeru Aoyagi, for this very important, comprehensive introductory statement highlighting the importance of inclusive education for minorities. I now would like to give the floor to Mrs. Cynthia Veliko, Regional Representative, OHCHR, Regional Office for Southeast Asia.
Thank you very much, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. On behalf of the UN Human Rights Regional Office for Southeast Asia, I would like to extend a warm welcome to both speakers and participants at this webinar. It's a great pleasure to participate in this year's Asia Pacific Regional Forum in celebration of the 30th anniversary of the UN Declaration of the Rights of Minorities. I would like to thank the Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Fernand de Varenne, for organizing this meeting together with the Tom Lantos Institute. As we reflect on the past 30 years of the Declaration, it is indeed important to take stock and to review what we've achieved in our collective and individual fight for equality, protecting communities, promoting participation in decision-making, and implementing critical measures to eliminate both entrenched and structural forms of discrimination. We must ask ourselves what has changed during this period that requires critical reflection so as to rethink and redirect our work and efforts over the coming years and decades to ensure that we can most effectively and meaningfully address the current realities and challenges that we face. What reforms are most pressing in our region, and how are our individual and collective efforts on minority rights designed and implemented in a manner that will support the achievement of those goals? Those are the questions that we will be thinking together over the next 2 days. The Declaration remains the only UN international human rights instrument that's devoted in its entirety to minority rights. It provides guidance and key standards that assist governments to comply with minority rights obligations, as well as for minorities to hold their governments to account. Yet both globally and in the region, minorities continue to face shocking levels of discrimination, poverty, harassment, persecution, vulnerability, and violence, all with little to no access to support, redress, or reparations when violations do occur. Regrettably, we observe that online forms of hate and incitement to violence targeting minorities continue to occupy both political and socioeconomic space and discourse in the region. Many commitments were made as states embarked on the 2030 Agenda in 2015, one of which was to leave no one behind in the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. However, progress on that principle has remained largely elusive to date, notably for minorities. As we review and reframe our own trajectories of work over the next 2 days, let us maximize this time to be able to share ideas, experiences, and lessons learned from the region. The 30th anniversary commemoration of the Declaration is a year-long campaign that focuses on the theme All in for Minority Rights by promoting the belief that the rights of any person belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities contribute to the political and social stability and progress of states, all important ingredients to maintain peace and stability of society. OHCHR's Regional Office for Southeast Asia stands ready to contribute to the follow-up of this important event and to subsequent efforts. I wish you an excellent 2 days and thank you all for your participation.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Veliko, for your thought-provoking statement. I now would like to give the floor to Mr. Stefano Sensi, Deputy Regional Representative, OHCHR, Regional Office for the Pacific.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and a very good morning, afternoon, and evening to our participants. It is an honor for me to represent the Regional Office for the Pacific at the opening session of the Asia Pacific Regional Forum on Minority Issues. I would like to convey my appreciation to the Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Mr. Fernand de Varenne, and to the Thomas Lantos Institute for convening this annual forum. This year's forum, which focuses on the 30th anniversary of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Minorities provides a valuable opportunity to reflect on the progress made at the regional level in protecting and promoting the human rights and dignity of persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities. The UN Declaration emphasizes that the promotion and protection of the rights of persons belonging to minorities contribute to the political and social stability of states in which they live, and recognizes the important role of the United Nations in ensuring the protection of national minorities. At the time the UN Declaration was adopted in 1982, no Pacific state, with the exception of Australia and New Zealand, had ratified or acceded to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, while only one had become a party to the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, Solomon Islands, in 1982. Today, four additional Pacific Island countries, PNG, Samoa, Vanuatu, and Fiji, have ratified or acceded to the ICCPR, and three more have now become parties to the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, PNG, Fiji, and Republic of Marshall Islands. This positive trend is also reflected in the ratification and accession to other core human rights treaties and optional protocols. Today, all Pacific Island countries are parties to the CRC, and all but New Palau and Tonga have ratified the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. Fiji is the third Pacific Island country to be party to all 9 core international human rights treaties. RMI is a party to 7 core treaties and an optional protocol, and Samoa to 6 core treaties and 2 optional protocols. Nevertheless, the Pacific region continues to have the lowest ratification rate of the core international human rights treaties, with reporting requirements constituting one of the most immediate practical constraints to ratification. This constraint is also clearly illustrated by the difficulties that PICs that are parties to international human rights treaties encounter when it comes to complying with the reporting obligations. Although there has been increased reporting to treaty bodies, PICs continues to face a significant backlog. Fiji, for instance, has 7 outstanding reports to treaty bodies, while PNG and RMI have 5 overdue reports each. No Pacific Island country has a standalone constitutional provision recognizing human rights and fundamental freedoms of persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities. These rights are generally protected pursuant general provisions guaranteeing equality before the law without any discrimination based on prohibited grounds. However, only a few constitutions expressly refer to national or ethnic origins, language, or religious affiliation in the list of prohibited grounds of discrimination. All Pacific countries have undergone their comprehensive human rights reviews for the first time through the UPR mechanism. To ensure their systematic engagement with international human rights mechanisms, including the implementation of recommendations at the domestic level, some of the Pacific Island countries have now established national mechanisms for reporting and follow up. I'm thinking about FSM, Kiribati, RMI, Tonga, Samoa, and Vanuatu. Recommendation focusing on the rights of persons belonging to minorities are not very common in the UPR cycle with regard to the region, but in any case, some minority specific recommendations have focused in the past on the need to adopt appropriate measures to ensure that persons belonging to vulnerable groups, including minorities, are meaningfully engaged in the development and implementation of climate change and disaster risk reduction framework, for example, Palau and Solomon Islands. In the years before the COVID pandemic, there was greater engagement with special procedure system. A number of special procedures mandate holders visited countries in the Pacific in the last decades, but there are a number of countries in the region that have never been visited by special procedures mandate holders. For example, Cook Islands, Palau, and Tonga. Some of the reports issued by special procedures on countries in the Pacific include specific recommendations on the measures to be adopted to ensure that persons belonging to minority groups are enabled to exercise their rights on an equal basis with others. And I'm talking at the latest report of the Special Rapporteur on Cultural Rights on her country visit to Tuvalu in 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, this is only a very brief overview of the progress made in the Pacific region in the realization of the rights of persons belonging to national or ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities. Global threats like conflicts, climate change, economic downturns, pandemics, natural disasters have had and will continue to have an enormous impact on the rights of persons belonging to minorities, with a huge cost on social welfare and political stability. People belonging to minority groups have been the target of xenophobia, racism, aggressive nationalism, economic and political discrimination, religious fanaticism, and other forms of intolerance and oppression. Ethnic and religious tensions have led, in some cases, to violent conflicts and civil war, as was the case, unfortunately, in Solomon Islands. In this context, the UN Declaration on the Rights of Minorities remains an essential tool to guide countries in the region in the development and implementation of all appropriate measures, particularly in the field of teaching, education, cultural, and information, with a view to promoting understanding, tolerance, and friendship amongst different racial, ethnic, and national groups. OHHR for the Pacific stands ready to continue working with you on your effort in making the rights of persons belonging to minorities a reality. I wish you all a successful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sensi, for this comprehensive overview of the normative status quo in the Pacific and also for highlighting the major issues impacting on minority situations today. And now we turn to Ambassador Nassima Bali, permanent observer of the Organization for Islamic Cooperation delegation in Geneva. Ambassador Bali, please take the floor.
Mr. de Varenne, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all from Geneva. I would like first to thank Mr. de Varenne, Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, for the invitation addressed to the OIC to participate in this Asia-Pacific Regional Forum on the 30th anniversary of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic, Religious and Linguistic Minorities. Review, Rethink, Reform. It is indeed important to mark this anniversary as this declaration constitutes a landmark document aimed at ensuring the protection and promotion of the rights of minorities. 30 years after its adoption, the UN framework aimed at upholding the rights of minorities has been enriched. We have a better understanding of the problems and discriminations they are facing across the world. The successive UN Special Rapporteur on minority issues have spared no efforts to raise awareness about the need to recognize and respect their rights. Still, a lot remains to be done. Minorities are facing many obstacles resulting from discrimination, repression, or persecution. This situation is amplified by social media, hate speech, online and offline, and xenophobic rhetoric, triggered by the rise of far-right political parties. Against this backdrop, the Declaration on Persons Belonging to Minorities is more valid than ever. We should join our efforts to further enhance its effective implementation. States should review their respective domestic legislation to ensure that it is fully in line with the Declaration. It is also important to ensure the implementation of all relevant UN and regional instruments. The Human Rights Council Resolution 1618 on discrimination and incitement to violence based on religion or belief is also an important tool to be implemented. Members of minorities or communities must enjoy their full civil, political, and economic, social, and cultural rights on an equal basis with their fellow citizens. The issue of citizenship is at the heart of the problematic of minorities and communities. The role of the states as duty bearers is essential to addressing structural discriminatory practices. As to the OIC, it is worried about the rise of hate speech, inflammatory rhetoric, and discriminations targeting minorities and communities, especially the Muslim ones. It has expressed concerns regarding the surge of Islamophobia. The OIC is of the view that states need to fully implement the existing instruments relating to minorities and adopt, if needed, new legislation in consistency with their obligations under international law, norms, and standards. There is a need also to address the root causes of discriminations. Regarding the situation of the Rohingya community in Myanmar, the OIC has strongly condemned the long-standing discriminations and persecutions they have been subjected to. On behalf of the OIC, the Gambia has lodged a file at the International Court of Justice against Myanmar on the application of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. The OIC has set up another committee on accountability for human rights violations against the Rohingya. It has welcomed the decision of the International Court of Justice ordering provisional measures to prevent further acts of genocide against the Rohingya in Myanmar. This decision sets a historical precedent in legal efforts in upholding the rights of persecuted minorities. The OIC Council of Foreign Ministers, which met last March in Islamabad, expressed grave concerns at continuing reports of serious human rights violations and abuses by the military and security forces in Myanmar, as well as persistent blatant violations of the human rights of the Rohingya community, including after the military coup in this country on 1st February 2021. Myanmar was urged to address the underlying causes of the conflict and restore the legitimate rights of the Rohingya, especially the right to citizenship. As to the situation in India, the Council of Foreign Ministers condemned the rising wave of Islamophobia, hate speech, and hate crimes motivated by the extremist Hindutva ideology under the RSS BJP dispensation in India that has led to political, economic, and social marginalization of Indian Muslims, with the growing sense of insecurity and the failure of the government of India to provide safety and security to minorities in India. The Indian government was urged to take concrete measures to address the increasing trends of anti-Muslim rhetoric propagated by pervasive hate speech. The OIC strongly condemned and denounced as well the recent denigration of Prophet Muhammad by an official of India's ruling party. These cases of defamation are part of a growing spate of hatred of Islam in India and systematic practices against Indian Muslims. In concluding, the OIC calls for further efforts to enhance a constructive interfaith dialogue and intercultural harmony. There is a need to take effective measures to promote values of tolerance and mutual respect through education, media, and civil society in order to protect all individuals and communities against hate speech, discrimination, and violence. In this context, the OIC welcomes the adoption by the UNGA of a resolution designating 15 March as International Day to Combat Islamophobia. I thank you very much.
And I now give the floor to our last speaker, Dr. Fernand de Varenne, UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Ana Maria. Terima kasih. Shukran. Xie. Mr. Ayogi, Director at UNESCO Bangkok, Madame Verico, Regional Representative of the OHCHR Regional Office for Southeast Asia, Mr. Sensi, Deputy Regional Representative of the OHCHR Regional Office for the Pacific region, Ambassador Buckley, Permanent Observer of the OIC delegation in Geneva, distinguished state representatives and colleagues, minority representatives, experts, and participants. Welcome. Welcome to the 4th Asia-Pacific Regional Forum on the Rights of Minorities. I'll say a few words at this opening session to review, rethink, and reform the protection of the rights of minorities as the theme is this year. And I'm doing this as the special representative who established these regional gatherings around the world, most of which have unfortunately been online because of the pandemic in the last 2 years. All of the regional forums have been made possible because of the coordination and continuous support and efforts of the Tom Lantos Institute, but also numerous volunteers and partner organizations working in the areas of human rights and minorities, which are listed also in the forums program. The 4 2022 regional forums on minorities will this year mark the 30th anniversary of the adoption of the UN Declaration on the Rights of National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minorities. And it's important to acknowledge the context which 30 years ago led to the adoption of this declaration, because there were around the world dramatic upheavals in the 1980s and early 1990s, which unfortunately we're beginning to see again a growth in the numbers around the world. But about 30 years ago, or a little bit more, conflicts, including the breakup of Yugoslavia and the fall of the Soviet Union, numerous conflicts in Asia and Africa during this time, mainly involved competing majoritarian nationalism and grievance claims from minorities. And just like today, it was a particular dark period which ensured, however, significant and political and intellectual efforts to address these tensions, these conflicts. And that's the context which led to the adoption of the UN Declaration of the Rights of Minorities at a time when peace and stability was very closely connected to the need to achieve justice for minorities. And by justice, we can refer to the protection of their human rights. So what is therefore perhaps not always appreciated is that this was a period internationally where it was acknowledged, that it was acknowledged that there needed to be legal and political steps to ensure peace and stability through justice, and that this meant steps for the protection of minorities and their rights. And this was a period that you find reflected in the UN Declaration, a period where there was a promise of respect for human rights by developing instruments to make these promises a reality on the ground, and to see, in other words, the achievement of peace and stability through which protecting, at least symbolically, minorities. Now, many of you perhaps recall this as a period of optimism, and that perhaps we were naive to think that these promises, because of the efforts then, the efforts then were more in the nature of promises and commitments. We were perhaps naive in believing that the subsequent developments would see rules, actual standards, which would be confirmed and solidified in further developments in international law at the universal level, development of treaties and enforcement mechanism. But it didn't really happen. The United Nations Declaration is, as you all know, is not a legal instrument. It's not a treaty in international law. It's more of in the nature of a political statement of commitments. And it therefore does not create directly legal obligations in terms of international human rights law. And I mention that because the last 30 years, and particularly more recently, have not always been generous to minorities. And if I were to simplify and summarize how minority issues are being dealt with globally right now, I would go so far as to say that what we're dealing with currently is not stability, it's not even stagnation, it's a regression in the way minority issues are dealt with at many levels. Minorities themselves are, in some cases, quite frustrated because their so-called rights can be so easily ignored or dismissed. And the cavalier way these promised commitments are being dealt with is contributing to a loss of faith in the goodwill or effectiveness of mechanisms that were supposed to protect minorities, their cultures, their languages, and even their religions, their religious belief. From a global perspective, it has to be said that there is also, in some countries, an impression of growing hostility, or at least intolerance towards the cultures, languages, or religions of minorities, as we've heard earlier, which is exemplified by the growing limitations to, and even fairly outright prohibition, among other things, of teaching in minority languages in public schools. This is actually being more restricted in a number of countries. We're also seeing in recent years a dramatic increase, what the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres called a tsunami of hate speech in social media that targets, and we need to emphasize this, targets mainly, overwhelmingly, minorities. And we're also seeing in recent years an increase in violent attacks and hate crimes against minorities in Asia. We've also heard this previously, but also in places in other parts of the world, such as Europe and the Americas. Social media platforms have become propaganda megaphones, and we're seeing them amplify intolerance and prejudice and racism to spew propaganda, reaching almost immediately huge numbers. We're even talking about millions of people and causing real harm, literally leading to individuals around the world being vilified, even killed, because they belong to, well, dehumanized others, usually, but we have to say again, overwhelmingly, minorities. The data available in some countries where there is reliable data suggests that more than 3/4 of hate crimes are aimed at minorities. And we seem to see also that this is the same proportion in relation to hate speech. And we're finally seeing an instrumentalization of prejudices and scapegoating of minorities, of incitement to discrimination against minorities, sometimes by populist politicians for their own electoral gains. And it seems we've forgotten that the Holocaust did not start with gas chambers. It actually started with hate speech against a minority, or certain minorities, the Jewish minority in particular, but also the Roma minorities. In recent decades, conflicts overwhelmingly are internal, inside of countries. And usually they have an ethnic or religious or linguistic dimension. Since 2010, the number of major violent conflicts around the world has tripled. Let me say that, tripled. We have 3 times more conflicts today around the world than we did in 2010. And much of the increase is in the rise of internal conflicts inside a country, and usually involving minorities. In fact, according to certain studies, we now have more violent conflicts globally than at any time in the past 30 years. And we additionally have the largest forced displacement crisis ever recorded in human history, in our history. There are this year 100 million displaced people that are displaced usually or mainly because of conflicts. Most of these are internal, most of these involve minority issues. So the world has become a nastier, darker place, and we'd be naive to say that the instruments, what we have in place at the United Nations and in other regional settings, it would be naive to actually believe that this is sufficient, because we don't have effective mechanisms for the enforcement of the human rights of minorities. And in fact, what we have seems to be quite vague, too vague and generalized. Tensions are rising again in places where minority issues have perhaps never completely been resolved, such as China, India, Sri Lanka, Myanmar, not to mention the recent and current wars in complex contexts in areas in countries such as the Ukraine, which is very much in the headlines these days. Now, it's not all doom and gloom, I have to say, because there are good practices. And we could say that in Asia and the Pacific, while there's no situation which is perfect, there have been initiatives and some practices in countries such as, well, Nepal, Singapore, Mauritius, where in some areas, for certain groups, there actually are good practices for minorities and indigenous people, which should be better known and highlighted, and from which we can learn. So this regional forum, beginning today, centers on the 30th anniversary of the adoption of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Minorities. And in a sense, it's a response, really, this declaration, this anniversary, was 30 years ago the response to a troubled period. The anniversary today at the United Nations is perhaps also a key opportunity to take stock of the state of minority rights protection, to identify gaps in the minority protection regime, and to assess how these gaps, these omissions, how these might actually fuel threats to minorities and to the protection of their rights. And so therefore, we need to review, rethink, and reform. We need to look at making recommendations on the way forward. And this is therefore a historical opportunity to seize, because the human rights of minorities, and let me say this very clearly, are today perhaps even more so than 30 years ago, less well acknowledged and protected than most other human rights. As has often been said, it is during our darkest moments that we must focus to see the light. So the challenges are immense and urgent to strengthen into concrete obligations what until now has mainly been promises that are too often ignored or set aside when it's not convenient to respect. So it is time to repeat the theme, to review, rethink, and reform the global recognition, protection, and promotion of the rights of minorities for a more secure life in a more diverse and just world, and putting these noble principles into practice by recognizing, as the first words of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights proclaims, the inherent dignity and of the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family as the foundation of freedom, justice, and peace in the world. Now, some of you know my mandate has also issued in connection with the need to take stock of how the rights of minorities are dealt with. As part of the reflection during this anniversary of the UN Declaration, we have just issued a call for submissions on the place of human rights of minorities in the institutions, structures, and initiatives of the United Nations. And I've invited individuals, organizations, states, and other stakeholders to send their reports, views, and comments to consider as to how the United Nations itself has integrated and mainstreamed the aspirations and promotion of the human rights of minorities in its operations, in its structures, and how it has contributed to the recognition, promotion, and protection of the rights of minorities. But more than that, and this is where you really come into play, the report will consider critically how the rights of minorities figure in the evolution of the United Nations itself since its adoption in 1992. How has the United Nations used or recognized and applied human rights in terms of its activities, whether we need new treaties, new structures at the United Nations to better operate and recognize these rights. In other words, you are invited to comment and share with me the extent that you consider the rights of minorities are visible and integrated in the priorities and initiatives of the United Nations, as well as mainstream in its activities and offices, including at the regional levels if they are. Because in some cases, I think it's clear that the rights of minorities do not figure sufficiently in some of the activities and structures of the United Nations. And let us know how you feel the evolution of the treatment of minorities has been in the United Nations in the last 30 years, and how to ensure a stronger visibility and commitment to the promotion and protection of the rights of minorities at the UN. I'll be preparing a report which I will be submitting to the United Nations General Assembly in New York next October. And your submissions, or any submissions you can make, will play an important role in the assessment of how the rights of minorities can be better mainstream, recognized, and dealt with at the United Nations. So the time has come for a reboot, to pivot and focus more on new approaches, stronger approaches and programs, on making the promises and commitments from the 1990s in the UN Declaration a reality on the ground. Now, let me close by please allowing me to make just a few observations on the importance of what you'll be doing today and tomorrow. Different regions have very different contexts and conditions. And the United Nations Forum on Minority Issues, which is held every year over a day and a half in Geneva, usually in December, has limited time and space to clearly deal with the specific challenges facing minorities in every region of the world. And that's why these regional forums, under my mandate with the collaboration of the Tom Lantos Institute, allows for us to take into account, if you will, and hear much more loudly and clearly and in depth your voices, your expertise on the regional context and situation of minorities. And this allows us to take your concerns, your recommendations to the UN Human Rights Council in much greater detail and depth. So I cannot sufficiently emphasize the importance of this forum for the region in order to better understand and appreciate the variety, but also the richness of your context, but also, and perhaps even more importantly, to provide a more accessible opportunity to express yourselves from the Asia-Pacific region and to share your knowledge and insights with my mandate from the United Nations. But more immediately today and tomorrow, we hope you'll be able to draft precise and appropriate recommendations on the themes which you will be beginning to explore after this session, recommendations that reflect your context and challenges, and which deal first and foremost on how we can move forward in better recognition, protecting, and putting into place the rights of minorities in the Asia Pacific. May I remind you also that only those recommendations which deal with the regional forum's themes will be retained. So be aware that discussions or recommendations that don't address specifically the theme, which is the anniversary of the UN Declaration, and how to strengthen and improve on it, run the risk of not being retained. Every year, the regional forums coordinated through the Tom Lantos Institute and regional partners and the UN Forum on Minorities in Geneva address specific issues. And it is with the issues being considered which will be retaining our focus and attention. It's not possible to deal in 2 short days with all minority issues experienced by every single minority group everywhere in Asia, the Pacific, or elsewhere in the world, obviously. So the recommendations which will emanate from this regional forum process will then be formatted and summarized and made available after the closure of tomorrow's session. They will be made available for the deliberations of the UN Forum on Minorities this December in Geneva. They will also be added as an annex to my annual report to the UN Human Rights Council in March of next year and published on the website of my UN mandate. So I will now give the floor to the chair, Madame Biro of the Tom Lantos Institute, which will explain the next steps for this regional forum and summarize, in a sense, the process. Terima kasih, shukran, merci, Ana Maria. The floor is...
Thank you very much, Fernand, for your inspiring statement. highlighting the context in which these recommendations of the regional forum will have to be made. I would like to go back to Ambassador Nassima Bali and thank her for her excellent statement, because I understood that the connection was cut off too early. But I would also like to thank to all our keynote speakers for their contributions, which set the tone for this regional forum. Before starting the first panel, I will very briefly summarize the framework, the rules of proceedings of this regional forum. Participants of the regional forum are reminded to contribute constructively to the discussions along the themes addressed in the program of work of the regional forum. Please note that all interventions and statements on each theme of the regional forum should be relevant to that particular theme. It is preferred that speakers are not interrupted, so we ask you to make sure that your statements relate to the topics under discussion. It is encouraged that all participants provide concrete recommendations on how to tackle the issues under the theme. In order to attain fruitful and meaningful exchanges, we expect that all participants show respect for others' views and invite all participants to exercise decorum, avoid abusive or disrespectful language or derogatory and inflammatory remarks, respect UN core values and principles, and uphold UN standards when referring to countries and territories. Participants are also requested to refrain from posting or displaying material that is offensive, obscene, and hateful, that promotes or encourages violence, or that does not uphold UN standards regarding countries and territories. All participants are also reminded that any act of intimidation or reprisal against individuals and groups who have participated in this regional forum, or who cooperate or have cooperated with the United Nations, its representatives and mechanisms in the field of human rights, is unacceptable. States are urged to prevent and ensure adequate protection against such acts. Now I shall turn to the process of the regional forum. Please keep in mind that the purpose of this meeting is to formulate regional recommendations, which, as the Special Rapporteur mentioned, inform the 15th UN Forum on Minority Issues. This meeting is organized around 4 thematic sessions, around which recommendations will be produced. About the structure of this meeting, you will have noticed that this is based on the program of work and practical information document, which provide details of the structure and procedures for the meeting. I would refer you to those documents. Please read them. Should you have any queries, please contact the organizers using the chat function or email to regional forum at tomlontesinstitute.hu. Interventions will have to be focused. Participants wishing to speak must indicate this to the moderator. So whenever you make interventions, you need to use the raise hand function in Interactio. You have to keep in mind that interventions cannot be longer than 2 or 3 minutes. It is also important to note that there are no rights of reply or points of order during the regional forum. All participants wishing to make a statement or intervention must follow the protocol detailed above. We ask that all participants that wish to propose recommendations do so by submitting them by email to Marcus Oda, Program Manager at the Tom Lontes Institute, or by submitting them in the chat function. This includes those recommendations proposed during an intervention to ensure they are incorporated into the final output document. I take this opportunity to thank you for the recommendations already submitted. We have quite a few, so we expect more. The UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues will ultimately make the final decision on the final set of recommendations, taking into account those comments provided. These will be subsequently posted online on the organizer's website, the webpage of the UN Forum on Minority Issues, and on www.minorityforum.info. Please be aware that the regional forum is being live streamed on YouTube, and the video and audio recording will be publicly available on the Tom Lontes Institute's YouTube channel website and on www.minorityforum.info. Finally, the Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues will be available for 1 hour at the end of each day of the Regional Forum for Media Inquiries. All media inquiries should be sent to this office to Mrs. Christelle Mobech at mobech@un.org. Inquiries can be made in the chat function. That brings to an end this opening session. I would again like to thank all our distinguished keynote speakers for their statements. We shall begin the first thematic session, normative framework, existing norms and interpretations, following a short technical break. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you a very successful day.
Gerald, could we just check your microphone and camera, please? We'll be starting in about 10 minutes.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Hello, Gerald. Hi, yes, we can see and hear you. Perfect.
Is that okay? Is that okay?
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
Thank you. And,
Okay.
and Asif, thank you.
Thank you very much, and I hope I'm on time.
Yeah, perfect. We start in 10 minutes, so thank you for getting on early.
Okay, good.
And Ambika, please, could you just check your microphone and camera, and also Muhammad? Check yours.
Can you hear me?
I think my both camera and my
Yes, we can hear you, Shahab. Thank you.
Yeah, fantastic. So, all good then.
We'll be starting on time. Ambika, could you please test your microphone?
Hello.
Hello. Hi, yes.
Hello. Can
Hello,
you hear
yes.
me?
We can hear you. Yes,
Okay,
and see you.
great.
Perfect. Thank you very much for joining early and testing. We are waiting for Razia Sultana, the fourth panelist. I understand she might have some connection issues, so she may not be able to join, unfortunately, but we will keep trying, and I'll keep you updated, Gerald, just so you know how the program will go. She'd be the final speaker, so we at least have some time for her to join if she's got some issues. But thank you all for testing. You can all mute yourselves, and we can start on time at past. So thank you all very much for testing.
regular followers of the Asia Pacific Regional Forum. A big thanks to especially our friend and advocate on minority rights, Mr. Fernan de Vernes, Ana Maria Biro, the director of Tom Lantos Institute, and to all supporters of this event. My name is Gerald Joseph. I'm a former commissioner of the Human Rights Commission. I just completed my term, and I'm an advisor to a local NGO called Pusat Komas in Malaysia that works on the issues of fighting racial discrimination in Malaysia. So it's a great pleasure to be here with very important experts who are going to explore some thoughts on and recommendations that our special rapporteur has requested that we should look forward of how to reset or revamp or re-energize the declaration on the minority forum, so on the minority rights. So with that, I think we are about to begin the thematic first session. It's titled Normative Framework, Existing Norms and Interpretation. Yeah, it sounds very serious and technical, but I'm sure our panelists will not take us through the technicalities, but the substance and help us inspire. And as you know, the format is to gain new ideas, new inspirations, new critical appraisal. So I think our secretary at Tom Lantos Institute has been asking us to submit recommendations. I think in a short time you'll see in the chat box an email, or you can even type your recommendation. I think the secretariat is collating this so that the special rapporteur can have a look at it and try to put that into his final reports. So the format for today is actually we want to assess the normative framework. Some of us are probably more familiar with the framework, but if you're not, you can of course Google it now while our presenters are speaking. We want to look at whether there are gaps. It's 30 years old, 3 decades, so that's a long time. It's done a lot to give us a international minimum standard, but is it enough? What are the gaps? Is the substance, the knowledge base, or was it crafted in a different time and space, as Mr. Fernan was giving us the background of its evolution? Or maybe today, the demands as we are hearing and seeing the world today from a variety of opening speakers this afternoon. Maybe there is a time to put in a bit more and sharpen some of the tools. So we are hoping that our speakers and yourselves, the participants, will also participate. You have a chance to raise your hands after all the presentations are complete. We'll give you a maximum of 2, a little bit more, to make your interventions. And then once you raise your hand, I will recognize you according to the order. And hopefully all of us will get a chance to make our comments. But even if you don't get a chance, at every point, the special rapporteur is seeking your recommendations in text, so you can write that down and email it, or even put it in the chat box. So that's the background format of what we plan to do today. But just some general reminders, because I think most of us are familiar that this is organized under the auspices of the United Nations Office. So just a gentle reminder, I know all of us are here because we are passionate about the issue. So the call is to contribute constructively. The call is to provide concrete recommendation. And I think Ana Maria already gave a bit of an outline on how we are going to do it. But also during the forum, when in order to have meaningful exchange, we expect that all participants show respect for others' view, and we invite all participants to exercise decorum, avoid abusive or disrespectful language or derogatory and inflammatory remarks, respect the UN core values and principles, and uphold the UN standards when referring to countries and territories. So I think in the same line, so refrain from posting, displaying material that are offensive, obscene, hateful. So I think we are all advocates against hate, against violence, so we know. But this is just a gentle reminder because it could get a bit personal, yet it could get a bit robust in our discussion. But let's be civil in our discussion in the discourse. So, and furthermore, the UN is very clear that any act of intimidation or reprisal against individual and groups who share and speak their experience here will not be tolerated. And of course, they that kind of behavior is unacceptable, and states as well as non-state actors are urged to prevent and ensure adequate protection against such acts. So this is a gentle reminder that is read at all the UN forums. I think with this done, we are ready to get us off the ground. I'm happy to what I'll do. I'll just mention the four eminent speakers who's going to get us off the ground today on this thematic session 1. First on the list, as you know the programs, the full detail has been sent to you. You can get that. Is Mr. Muhammad Shahabuddin, the Chair in International Law and Human Rights, Birmingham Law School, University of Birmingham. Good to have you here, Muhammad Shahabuddin. Welcome. Our next speaker is Ms. Ambiga Satkunanantam, a human rights lawyer and activist, former commissioner of the Human Rights Commission of Sri Lanka. Welcome and good to have you here, Ambika. And I think I don't see two others on the camera, but there's also another speaker. His name is Asif Akil, the Deputy Director of Center for Law and Justice. And our final speaker, which we hope she will make it only for technical reasons. Okay, that's how Asif Akil. Welcome, Asif. Good to have you on board. And our final speaker, Razia Sultana, the Coordinator for Women's and Children's Affairs and Trafficking Prevention, the Free Rohingya Coalition. I think it's a purely technical, difficult situation. I had the pleasure of being once in a forum with us. We had very difficult time getting her online, but when she came on, she was excellent. So I'm praying and hoping Sean and the colleagues from our back end will try their best to bring her on board. So our four experts, you're ready to go. I think our participants are also eagerly waiting to listen to you. My role is fairly simple. I will give you the smile at 10 minutes. So we are trying to keep to the 10-minute. And then my plan is after each of our speakers finish the 10-minute, we'll get a set of interventions in. And then, of course, I will invite you back to give some comments on those interventions. Hopefully, we have a bit more time after that for round 2. But having said that, I'm sure we're ready to go. So colleagues from all over Asia and the world, welcome to this regional Asia Pacific Regional Forum on the topic on the thematic session 1, normative framework, existing norms and interpretation. And I am very proud to invite our first speaker, Mr. Muhammad Shahabuddin. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, and thanks also to the organizers, the Office of the UN Special Rapporteur on Minorities, and also the Tom Lantos Institute. I'm really honored and privileged to be here with you this morning in the UK. Now, states in Asia, like many other post-colonial states in Africa and Latin America, had to grapple with the inherent tension between two ideologies in their so-called nation-building process. One was ethno-religious nationalism. On the other hand, it was liberal universalism. Now, let me spell out a bit. Majoritarian ethno-religious nationalism served not only as a vehicle for national liberation movements in most of these Asian countries against colonial rule and subsequent oppressive regimes, but also as the key to independent statehood. So that's the role ethno-nationalist nationalism played. But at the same time, the post-Second World War liberal universalism, which promised a more egalitarian world order and offered a template for the internal organization of minority relations in post-colonial states, and remained the normative background in the form of equality and non-discrimination against which the nationalist politics advanced in those post-colonial states. To address the so-called minority problem, which emanates from these unreconciled positions of ethno-religious nationalism on the one hand and liberal universalism on the other hand, nationalist ruling elites in most states in the region conceived of the post-colonial state itself as an ideology, claiming that the unified homogeneous national state, its liberal constitutional structure, and the developmental agenda will solve the minority problem. In asserting their faith in the healing power of the post colonial state, the elites conveniently avoided crucial questions about the continuation of colonial political order, the class character of the economic structure, and the hegemony of the nation building project itself, factors that lead to the minority problem in the first place. Now, as part of this larger story, for which I don't really have any time, in this presentation today, I would like to specifically focus on one of the important blind spots of contemporary minority rights discourse so far as normative aspects are concerned, and that is socio-economic rights of minorities in relation to economic progress and development. And let me do this through a critical reflection and engagement with the relevant provisions of the UN Declaration on Minorities. Now, if we go to Article 5, Clause 4 of the Declaration on Minorities, it says, states, I quote, should consider appropriate measures so that persons belonging to minorities may participate fully in the economic progress and development in their country. Now, it is important because if we compare even other provisions of the declaration itself, which is quite weak compared to many other binding legal instruments anyway, this particular provision on economic progress and development actually dilutes it further. For example, if you compare this particular provision on development and economic progress with other provisions in the declaration, you'll find the way language is being softened. For example, it moves from, in other provisions, states shall take measures. In other cases, states should take measures. But when it comes to this particular provision, it simply says should consider taking appropriate measures. So this is kind of one example of how this notion of economic progress and development and the rights of minorities there too is diluted in a way that doesn't really have any sharp teeth to make things happen. And similarly, Article 5 of the same declaration stipulates that the planning and implementation of national policies and programs will take into account the legitimate interests of persons belonging to minorities. Ironically, these legitimate interests of the minorities are frequently quashed by more legitimate national economic interests. Developmental burdens are often imposed on politically marginalized communities and legitimized in the name of national economic growth and prosperity. On the other hand, Article 5, Clause 2 calls upon developmental agencies, financial institutions, and other involved in international cooperation to plan and implement their programs of cooperation and assistance in a way that pays attention to legitimate interests of persons belonging to minorities. The neoliberal economic agenda of these development actors generally acts as an important catalyst for land grabbing, forced displacement, and overall economic marginalization of minorities in many post colonial states. It is hardly surprising now that most ecologically devastating development projects in Asia, such as hydroelectricity producing dams, have been regularly funded by international financial institutions over many decades. Article 5.2 of the Declaration makes sense in this context. To what extent the provision is likely to have any deterrence on powerful financial institutions and the neoliberal economic agenda in post colonial states is a different question. Now, with that normative background, let me very quickly move on to some practical aspects. As the horrific experiences of numerous minorities in Asia tell us, they are routinely the foremost victims of developmental activities, even as various atrocities against minorities are justified in the name of economic growth. The formal merger in the 1980s of the development discourse with human rights in the form of the right to development put the liberal individual at the center of the development discourse, while post colonial elites continue to argue for and maintain the centrality of the national state in development. In this dichotomy of the state and the individual, minorities and their life, culture, and livelihood are frequently sacrificed at the altar of economic growth. In the current era of neoliberal economy, the situation of minorities and their vulnerable groups has only worsened. Development induced persecutions of the minority cannot be fully addressed in isolation from hegemonic neoliberal economic structure at the global scale. As the recent examples of the Rohingya minority exposed in Myanmar, gross violations of human rights and the destruction of life and nature took place in the name of market liberalization, privatization of lands, increased connectivity with regional and global markets, and the promotion of foreign direct investments. These are directly linked to Rohingya displacement in the form of genocide. This is a global phenomenon. Global action and solidarity is therefore required. It is also essential to problematize and challenge the dominant idea of development as the ultimate end of human progress and to counterbalance its tendency to commodify, to expose its capacity to articulate state power in terms of economic growth rather than welfare. Now, I have some recommendations. If time permit, I will go through these now, or I can come back later.
You can go. You have 2 minutes more, Shabuddin.
Thank you. So, unless something is done soon, a vast number of minorities and indigenous peoples, along with their cultures and traditions, will be wiped off the planet. Pushed to the edge, some of the deprived and oppressed communities also have recourse to resistance that ultimately result in violent conflicts. In this regard, the Declaration on Minorities reminds us of the pragmatic aspect of the minority protection in its preamble. I quote, the promotion and the protection of the rights of minorities belonging to national, ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities contribute to the political and social stability of states in which they live. As we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Declaration, perhaps it is important to reflect on this and take concrete actions before it is too late. And here are my few recommendations. I'll be very quick. First, constitutional recognition and protection of the minority identity and culture should be guaranteed to mitigate problems emanating from hegemonic process of homogeneous nation building in the majoritarian terms. Second, more rigorous legal norms must be developed on state responsibility and state accountability in the area of economic development affecting minority interests. Third, building on Article 2, Clause 3 of the Declaration on Minorities dealing with the right to participate in decision-making process, a more specific provision needs to be devised for meaningful participation in development decision-making by minorities, both in individual and collective capacities. And finally, minorities and indigenous peoples are the primary victims of the damaging impacts of environmental catastrophe emanating from reckless exploitation of natural resources, often in minority held areas. Normative frameworks for minority protection should therefore engage with and build on the current legal architecture for climate justice. I thank you all.
Thank you, Muhammad Shabuddin. Perfect timing and very critical points. I think you are highlighting from the ground this notion of the power of numbers, and numbers should not play the game in deciding rights. So, majoritarian ethno nationalism is happening in all parts of the world, Asia, Europe, America, and after so many decades of the UN and 30 years of the minority declaration, we still have that as a political tool for politicians. But thank you for putting that on the table for equalizing rights. Another very important point that we often miss is the development fervor, money going left, right, center, up, and down. It actually impacts someone, and usually it's minority groups, indigenous communities who have to pay the price for so-called development for the all. So the question is, can development come, which we all need, without the sacrifice of small groups of people? And I think your recommendation on meaningful participation in development decision making, I think, is really timely. I think most governments don't have that as part of a legal framework for meaningful participation. Now, it's very symbolic. You have a document stuck somewhere, and then 30 days it's over, and then it's already announced as a project. Thank you so much for your critical points. And friends, as you hear this, you can also be ready to contribute or add on to what was said by Mr. Muhammad Shabuddin. With that, we continue this interesting discussion. We have with us Ms. Ambika Satkunananthan, human rights lawyer and former commissioner of Human Rights Commission of Sri Lanka. Over to you, Ms. Ambika.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this. I will respond to some of the issues that were raised in the concept note for the forum, actually. So I think it has three main elements, which was review, rethink, and reform the declaration. Where review is concerned, I think our challenge is that what we have is a declaration and not a convention, first off. And that too in a context in which member states are increasingly showing little respect for even UN conventions. Globally, we see anti-minority action is becoming, if not part of state policy, definitely a part of state action or inaction. In the context of weak accountability mechanisms, even in UN conventions, and the political will of the member state being the determinant factor whether or not it adheres to international human rights standards, there are no accountability mechanisms tied to the declaration. Violations of minority rights hence intensify not always due to gaps in the protection regime, but gaps in implementation. In many instances, total non-implementation. We see heightening social instability as a result of targeting minorities, which actually reaffirms the preamble of the declaration, which says, and as was said, the previous speaker said, which says that the protection of minorities contributes significantly to political and social stability. So how has this happened? In order to undermine the rights of minorities, historically, states have taken legal measures which have also centralized power and abolished checks and balances on the executive and public institutions. This in turn can lead to economic instability, such as what we are experiencing right now in Sri Lanka. We also note that states are using mainstream and social media as proxies to propagate hate speech and set the environment for violations to take place. So what we saw decades previously happening in Rwanda through radio broadcast can be witnessed in many parts of the world now, including in my region, South Asia. This also has to be studied in the backdrop of majoritarian governments coming to and holding on to power, the erosion of secularism and multiculturalism, and the resultant surge in ethno-nationalism and communalism. So the question for us is, how can the declaration deal with these developments? When we speak of rethinking, there are quite a few things we need to focus on. So which aspects of minority existence, one of the questions in the concept note was, which aspects of minority existence need to be strengthened normatively? I would say it is the right to exist itself that needs to be strengthened, because we see many states are pursuing policies that seem to be focused on annihilating minority groups or assimilating them to the point that specific socio-cultural and linguistic features are erased. Then I move on to another issue raised in the concept note, which was, or the questions, which is the tension between the individualistic approach to persons belonging to minorities versus community protection. Here we need to focus on, I would like to focus on how it impacts on women, because we often encounter harmful community practices that deny women and girls their rights. Sometimes even denial of the right to education is defended in the name of religious tradition. At the same time, women from besieged minority communities who might have been subject to extensive state controls due to their ethnicity or religion may take refuge in the private sphere of their communities. Therefore, they may be reluctant to support legal reform that seek to strengthen their right, but impacts their particular communities in some way. This highlights the conflict between individual rights and the rights of the community, and the politics of negotiating competing claims by contesting communities and interest groups. It also illustrates that mere law reform is inadequate to change the status of women, particularly in the eyes of the community, which might feel targeted and therefore take social measures to ensure the continuation of the practices that are detrimental to women. So being frequently caught between these gender stereotypes and stereotypical perceptions of their community identities, many women from minorities feel exposed to the expectation that they have to choose one or two of seemingly contradictory options. They can either emancipate themselves by more or less abandoning their communities, or they can keep their heritage and thereby forfeit their claims to freedom and equality. Such an artificial antagonism fails to do justice to women's multifaceted realities, experiences, challenges, and wishes. Therefore, any assessment of presumed or factual conflicts in this area should take seriously the complexities of women's lived experiences. We also find that human rights defenders from minority communities are particularly vulnerable in the context of systemic and targeted harassment and intimidation. In this regard, in the recent past, we have also witnessed increased backlash against civil society movements and initiatives, both by the state and non-state actors, such as right-wing and ultra-nationalist groups, particularly in the South Asian region. Where Sri Lanka is concerned, in the past several years, due to the prevalence of increased military surveillance, intimidation, etc., civil society organizations in the north and the east, where the Tamil community live, have curtailed their activities extensively. The aforementioned national campaigns against civil society have gained strength also from global trends, such as the global war on terror, which offer not only justification, but also sort of a moral standpoint from which to defend the curtailment of human rights and label rights activists and those who oppose draconian measures that curtail civil liberties as traitors in the name of security. Minority communities are often targeted and impacted in such a heavily securitized environment, and movements for rights in many countries in this region are termed as threats to national security and subject to state harassment, intimidation, and even violence. The climate also enables governments to dismiss the root causes of grievances of minority communities that led to conflicts as irrelevant and label it as a terrorist problem rather than as one that requires a solution that acknowledges and addresses historical and social injustices. So in rethinking, I think it's important to acknowledge that law, while being a tool for emancipation, as the previous examples have shown, can also be used as a tool for oppression. We have seen in a number of countries, they have enacted legislation to restrict the activities of civil society. This can have a disproportionate adverse impact on minority communities. Enacting laws and policies to supposedly prevent defamation of religion is another way in which states can restrict freedom of expression. And we see this impacting religious minorities adversely, particularly like, for instance, in Pakistan. These domestic laws that prohibit incitement of hatred, they are broad, they lead to arbitrary application, and even result in penalizing those who need protection. Another way in which minority groups are targeted is by ignoring that the freedom of religion includes the freedom to change one's belief or to retain it, as well as to invite others to reconsider their faith. We have seen in many parts of the world, particularly in South Asia, for instance, in Sri Lanka, in India, the attempt to prevent people from supposedly converting to another religion. Now, this once again targets minority communities. Finally, if we're talking about reform, according to General Comment 31 of the UN Human Rights Committee, the state's obligation to provide an effective remedy to violations of the rights enshrined in the convention includes cessation of ongoing violations, establishing appropriate judicial and administrative mechanisms for addressing rights violations under domestic law, investigating allegations of violations promptly, thoroughly, effectively through independent and impartial bodies, and providing reparations to victims, which may include compensation, restitution, rehabilitation, etc. What we find is that in many of our countries, and particularly in this region, minority communities in the situations that I mentioned before often have little to no access to remedies nationally, and even international mechanisms tend to be weak, and most often unable to provide a substantive remedy. Therefore, going forward, this is a critical area that needs to be addressed and one which we need to focus on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ambiga. That was packed, power packed with loads of reality and information. I think you reminded us of what is reality on the ground, while the language of human rights is being utilized by states. And we know that the framework of the international legal framework, as well as the national legal framework, is a state-centered obligation to investigate, protect, and to find remedy. But unfortunately, this can also be misused against a minority, either by choice or by intent, or just lack of interest. And I think you have already put out on the table that if the declaration is going to be stronger with bite, then it also needs to have some bite at the international obligation framework. The right to exist must mean something. It cannot just be on paper. And also, we need to actually unpack the whole law reform, because law, if it works for the majority, actually is dangerous, because then it can just subsume and overpower the smaller voices. And I think the example of multiple identities and roles of women, I think, comes to the fore. I think also governments are silent because they don't need to say what is now being said also by non-state actors, the ultra, what you use the word ultra nationalist groups, and they will label human rights defenders as traitors against the nation. And so that would include speaking up for minority, because that's not in the interest of the nation. So the interest of the nation is the interest of the majority. So I think we need to be sharp and clear about tools used in the name of human rights actually could be to the detriment of minority. Thank you so much, Ambika, for that beautiful presentation. We continue now with our next speaker. With us is Mr. Akil, Deputy Director, Center for Law and Justice. Akil, over to you. We can't see you on camera, but we can hear you.
Can you see me now?
No, I still don't see you.
Can you see me now?
Not yet. I hear you, but I don't see you. Your video. Yeah, brilliant. You're on. Welcome.
Yeah, I hope now you can see me.
Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Sir, thank you. Dear Mr. Joseph Gerald, Tom Lantos Institute, and the UN officials who have organized this August forum, eminent guests who are with me today in this forum, and everyone who is listening to us, I am thankful to each one of you. Sir, when I ask a question that I come from a minority community, but does that mean that I am deprived of my right to dignity? And everyone around me tells that no, that's not the case. If I ask that by being born in a community which is a minority, am I supposed to do dirtiest jobs in the community or in society? And am I supposed to stay out of politics? And am I not allowed to do some good, prosperous business? And everyone says that no, that's not the case. But then there's an apathy in it. Because I come from a Christian community, and just raising these questions bring suspicion about my loyalty for my country. Pakistan is located in South Asia. It has population of 210 million. And Pakistan has 5 provinces, and each one of them has very different culture, language, and even topography. But then Pakistan only recognizes religious minorities as minorities. The constitution only recognizes that there are people based on their religion, either they are Muslim or they are non-Muslim. This is not exactly how Pakistan began. When it was founded as a homeland for Muslims in 1947, the founding father Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah guaranteed that the situation Muslims faced in India as a minority, the minorities in Pakistan would not suffer the same fate. And there were very high ideals about it. Mr. Jinnah wanted supremacy of constitution. He wanted equality, fraternity, social justice, and democracy. And for minorities, he repeatedly said that they would be dealt with generosity. In coming years, we see a different atmosphere for particularly religious minorities. There has been a mass migration of minorities who were prosperous. Most of them have left the country. And there were laws introduced which brought more and more religion into the constitution. And I want to say from this forum that we conducted a research on religious minorities named the Index of Religious Diversity and Inclusion in Pakistan. And we found that none of the religious minorities have problem with the state religion. Rather, they have problem when they are made to feel inferior, when they are made to feel that they are others, or they are associated with other countries. For example, if I come from the Christian background, then I am associated with the West. And if I am a Hindu, I'll be associated with India, and so with few other minorities. Uh, from this August forum, I also want to stress that in our research, we have found that not all minorities are marginalized. Our struggle and our all work has been for the minorities which are deprived, which are kept poor, which are living in segregated neighborhoods. They are leading their lives in poverty, in ghettos, and they are considered untouchables. And in Pakistan, 97% population is Muslim, and only 3 to roughly 4% are non-Muslims. And among them, the main bulk comes from Christians and scheduled caste Hindus. And both of them are considered untouchable. At the same time, they are also considered dark in color. I'm not picking it up as to claim that all Christian or scheduled caste Hindus are dark in color, but at least most of them are. And when they are met by someone, in many cases at school, at college, at university, or their neighborhood, if they are fair in color, they are told that you don't look like a typical Christian or a Hindu. So there exists racism as well. So there is a confluence or there is intersectionality of religion, caste, and racism, what we are facing. Uh, the state requires that only non-Muslims do the most menial and dirtiest job of cleaning toilets and sweeping roads. From this forum, I want to request Pakistan that the other prosperous jobs should also be made available this way. There is a job quota for religious minorities, but then, as I said, not all minorities are disadvantaged. And not even there are many Muslim, the smaller communities, many of them coming from very backward areas, many coming from the scheduled caste background, they equally or at least to some extent suffer like us. Uh, Having said this, I want to say that Pakistan has only one definition of minority, and that is religious identity. There's need that Pakistan recognize other identities, smaller identities based on their ethnicity, their language, their culture, and other such identities. And I think first step can be that Pakistan be a signatory to this UN Declaration on Minorities. I would also recommend that the caste system, which Pakistan officially denies, be recognized so that this discrimination could be directly addressed. And there is need to make the job quota available to disadvantaged minorities. I would also request that the state introduce a policy of celebration of minorities, while at the moment what we go through is assimilation of minorities. They, by their neighbors at workplace, often invited to convert, and sometimes this becomes very oppressive if it is repetitive, it is done repeatedly. So there should be celebration of the cultures which are not mainstream. And there's also need that the government introduce policies that minorities, which are depressed communities, they be brought into decision making and policy making, because the constitution guarantees human rights. But how to bring these marginalized communities in the mainstream, that they feel that this is their country? And lastly, I would say that in the past, there have been few efforts to introduce laws in which minorities could be better protected, or at least minorities thought that they would be better protected if these laws, for example, on forced conversion, be introduced. However, those efforts failed at the parliament level. There is need that minorities be allowed to bring forth such laws so that they have better confidence in their own state, having the feeling that they own the resources of this country. They feel that they are equally protected and their rights are safeguards. Thank you.
Thank you, Asif Akil, for sharing the experience from the ground, from one part of South Asia, from Pakistan specifically. But I think the theme runs through many of our countries for minority. And the question is, minorities not only have to struggle with real time on the ground reality, if you are a disadvantaged community, to look for a job, how people look at you, but also if you are and you have better economic prosperity, you still have difficulty. And because the background is this whole question of apathy, or this word that minority demanding equality of rights can be seen as a suspicion of your loyalty to the country. I think that was also mentioned by the speakers earlier. And I think our theme, while, and this is a very important point, while the very same governments we are all part of uh, don't treat minorities in a very positive or equalizing way, but yet they would stand up for minorities overseas who are subjected to some sort of abuse. So, like in Malaysia, we have a good track record of supporting many of the Muslim minority issues, and I rightfully think we should. But then when it comes to back home, suddenly they seem to have a kind of amnesia that you must treat minorities the same overseas. Badly treated, we of course must fight for the rights of many of the minorities overseas, but back home, you have to also stand up to that. Thank you also for reminding us about the celebration of minority. This notion of affirmative action maybe is a point that can be developed further in the declaration. No, what does it mean in terms of identification of the different segments of communities because of their minority, and then what's the notion of affirmative action to help them. So affirmative action is needed, yet it's a taboo. But in Malaysia, I'm not sure about Sri Lanka, but in Malaysia we have affirmative action for the majority, which is a strange notion. It needed to be done 70 years ago, but it still exists today, and that's to a disadvantage to many of the minorities who study very hard and get the top results and yet cannot make it to the public universities of the courses that they want. So this is something that is still happening in our midst, and thank you so much, Asif, for bringing that to the fore. We are happy to note that we have Razia Sultana here with us. She managed to connect at this point, the coordinator for Women and Children's Affairs and Trafficking Prevention and Free Rohingya Coalition. Welcome, Razia Sultana. Good to see you again.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I am in journey, but I'm trying to tell about my way. And one thing everyone know, in 2017, more than 1 million people are forced to displace in Bangladesh. But now it's 5 years. I think you are hearing me because
Yes.
it's yes, is nothing is changed, and these people living like a for my animal, just become element, because they are under in the chain. They don't have any right for education, no right for livelihood, even they don't have any permission to move one camp to another camp. There is a 35 camp in Bangladesh. And other point, these people may be displaced for political issue, but first thing is about their religion. the, the religion is the first thing, that being a Muslim, they are not accepted inside in the Myanmar from decade. Before it was not that much concentrate, but I know, because I belong with a political family in the in maybe 60s, it was lightly shown, and slowly they are deprived from their all right. But people, because it not that much highlighted, and we people are not realize that it is against only the Rohingya, but there is other ethnics also, is more than 135 ethnics. So the thing is, first that they targeted the Rohingya, in other side Kachin, Shanchi, everyone is under target. But Rohingyas stage is the last stage, and even the Kaman Muslim also, now they are facing a problem with their own religion. It is very easy to deprive the people, especially the minority, for their religion. And we know everybody inside in now with the COP already 1 year, the military government take over the power, Myanmar power. It is not a different from before government and now the military power. Every power, they oppose the Rohingya community, even the other ethnic. But the thing, other ethnics, they are in the list, but we Rohingya have never been in the list, and they are not accepted as a nation. Just always they denied our history, and they always blame that we people are going from the Bangladesh. But this is a very joke for me, that when the history says Arakan was an independent country, maybe some part of Teknaf, yes, a part of Bangladesh, some are is related to Arakan. In the British period, it was divided. Before that, it was divided, but it not means that we are Bengali. We have our own identity, but being being a Rohingya and not accepting us, this is a very very for me embarrassed. Still, and now we see the Ukraine issue, international community all almost forget us, and UN more they give so many resolution on Rohingya issue, only stuck in the resolution, nothing we see. And now also the coup issue. Coup issue is now involve every Myanmar group. But where is the Rohingya? Where is the Rohingya issue? What about them? I mean, and the recent thing, some people are they able to go inside in the Myanmar, and they are forced to taking the NVC, and some are in the detained. Most of the women are again the facing the same thing what they faced in the 2017. Nothing is changed, and all international community are just watching. It's like we don't bother anything, and Chinese involvement in Rohingya, yes, it's Rohingya issue also, army issue is in their hand. But we cannot allow to kill people like that, deny. And we have so many youth in the camp, no education, and they become aggressive if they are doing anything wrong. It's it's not our fault. It is about the environmental issue. It is about the situation. If we give them the opportunity to education, maybe we don't have to see their aggressiveness. And we know the Bangladesh government very strictly controlling the camp, but there is too much. Some drug dealers, some trafficking are doing, but it's not represent whole Rohingya community. So my question also, in the Asia Pacific region, ASEAN didn't do anything here, and even they are not there to oppose Myanmar. Always everyone is thinking about what is Europe or the ASEAN. Everything goes to the business as usual, but human life is in front of the money, in front of the business is more valuable. For me, for my nation is very valuable. And it is frustrating me because the 5 years and we didn't see anything, any change. And other issue, when the Bangladesh government tried to give some meeting or anything with the Myanmar ruler, they never think about the Rohingya who can speak, who can share their own situation. But the people who don't know anything about Rohingya, they're just sitting over there and take some initiative or saying some decision what is against of the Rohingya issue. So my question: what can we do? What can the international community do? What can ASEAN do? And what can UE and UN? We are our people are very much depend on the UN, but we didn't see anything. So this is my concern. Thank you so much for giving me opportunity to telling this. Thank you so much. And if you any question, I can give you.
Thank you, Razia Sultana, for joining us, and with the sound effect of the background horns of the traffic. But I think
I'm sorry.
it's okay. But I think the pain of the Rohingya community is being experienced now, and the reasons why the whole Rohingya refugee crisis started is because of uh, that ethnic list, the non-recognition of a people decided by politics of the country. So there's an ethnic list. Rohingya is not in that list, and so when you're not in the list, you're not recognized as a citizen, and then problems after problems continue. And you said that it's not only a problem in the home country. When you go across to Bangladesh or to other countries where you're a refugee, and then the whole youth have no education, women still suffer all kinds of forms of discrimination, violence, and even now some are going back to Myanmar, and yet having second, third round of violations. So I think this gives us a real feel of a large number, millions out there, not able to go back, stateless. And her question maybe is the provocative question to all participants: what can we do, what can the UN do. And I'm inviting all participants who joined us today. The floor is open for you to click the raise hand button. Then I can invite you to speak. There's a small icon there, a raise hand icon. Click on that and please join in, give recommendation on the topic. The topic is still on the normative framework, the existing norms and interpretation, looking at the UN Declaration on Rights of the Minority. And so I think Razia also spoke not only about the UN, but other standards, ASEAN, the UN resolutions. But I think for us also to look at, can a declaration like the UN Right on Minorities actually also give some power to a community like the Rohingya? So I'm inviting. Thank you so much, Razia, for that. And I think all speakers, if I hope you'll still be around. We still got a good 1 hour now. So now we've opened up the space for discussion with participants. So I see one hand up. Wei Jinjin, the floor is yours. You have I'm saying 2 minutes, maximum 3 minutes, and you can take the floor now. Please go ahead. And others, can I invite you to also start clicking the button? Go ahead. Wei Jinjin, please.
Yes, dear moderator and fellow participants, I'm Wei Jinjin from China's National Ethnic Affairs Commission. On the occasion of the 30th anniversary of the adoption of the UNDM, I would like to share with you China's regional ethnic autonomy as a case of effective normative framework for reference. Regional ethnic autonomy is a basic political system of China stipulated in the Constitution. Under the unified leadership of the state, regional autonomy is practiced in areas where people of ethnic minorities live in compact communities. In these areas, organs of self-government are established for the exercise of autonomy. Till now, China has set up 155 ethnic autonomous localities, and all these areas are inseparable parts of the country. The practice of this system not only ensures the unity of our country, but also enables the people of all ethnic groups to become masters of the country, opening a new chapter in developing socialist ethnic relations featured with equality, unity, mutual assistance, and harmony among all ethnic groups. There are 7 chapters and 74 articles in the law of regional ethnic autonomy to guarantee the Chinese citizens from all ethnic groups enjoy equal rights. Entering the new era, focused on common prosperity and development among all ethnic groups, China has made all the efforts to ensure that the fruits of development are more sufficiently and equally shared by the people of all ethnic groups. Practices have fully proved that this system is deeply rooted in the soil of China and is suitable for the national conditions and the fundamental interests of all the Chinese people. To conclude, China's practice on regional ethnic autonomy provides a successful case study for promoting effective implementation of the UNDM according to domestic actual situations, which can also be considered as a country-specific experiences of China in terms of safeguarding ethnic minority rights and interests through institutional construction. That's all for my speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wei Jinjin from China. Sorry, I did not get your organization, but thank you for the intervention on the example and experience in China of the minority regional ethnic autonomy framework that China uses for that. Thank you. I want to invite other friends and other participants here. Please take the floor. Use your space. You don't have to write in the chat box. You can actually speak here at this forum so that we can also hear your voice and listen to you. You'll be given up to 3 minutes. So the chat box is only for specific recommendations. If you want to say something else, you can take the floor here also. I see a hand up. I invite Mr. Denison Jayasuriya. Over to you, Denison.
Are you able to hear me? Okay.
Yes, yes, yes. Good.
Sorry, I suddenly developed a cough. Thank you very much for the various presentations. I think the reality is that while governments have affirmed, like in the case of what was mentioned now of the intervention through the Chinese example. But in terms of practical reality, I think I'm seeing what the panelists spoke and what Gerald himself highlighted on the Malaysian context, and whether there is a need now for us to reflect and think whether we need something much more than a declaration, whether a convention to make it commitments from government and treaty bodies. I know that we are familiar on the peer group review of the UPR, and much has been highlighted there over different performance of the countries. I think the question is how to hold countries accountable in a much stronger way to fulfill the aspirations of this recognition of rights, diversity, justice, the unique approach. I think we also noted from leaving no one behind from the 2030 SDG agenda. So all this is good from a development side, but if right to development is fundamental, and how to hold countries more accountable in that context, and that a convention or building this declaration into development agenda of UNDP, UN, HCR, UNICEF, and so forth, that there are clear deliverables emerging out of this for some form of peer review in countries, especially of communities that are vulnerable in that context. It's just a thought to see whether a stronger, more than a declaration, a convention, instrument or mechanism is necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Denison Jayasuriya from Malaysia. I think, friends, you don't have to wait until one speaker finishes for you to take up your hand. You can raise your hands now because it will organize according to who raised first. So please choose your slot because the time is running. Over to you, Mr. Andrew Koo. Andrew Koo.
Thank you, Mr. Gerald Joseph. Andrew Koo from Malaysia. I think in terms of norms and standards, I wanted to reflect a little bit on how some countries have incorporated into their national constitutions these norms and standards, and while can give a very good theoretical exposition on the rights of minorities, sometimes in practice, these are less than wholly fulfilled. Um, but on the other hand, you have countries like Malaysia where we have not actually incorporated the full extent of rights for minorities. I'm speaking in particular, if you want a concrete example of how in Part 2 of the Malaysian Constitution, which deals with fundamental liberties, we have a situation where some fundamental liberties are granted to all persons, whereas some other fundamental liberties are only granted to citizens. So, for example, in terms of the right to access to justice, in terms of being informed of reasons for your detention if you are detained by law enforcement agencies. That is a right that's given to all persons. But in terms of forming associations, free speech, assembly, that's only given to citizens. So there are these distinctions and separation of rights, which are even contained in national constitutions. So sometimes when countries say, well, we agree to adopt the uh, the provisions of a certain international document subject to local laws or subject to the provisions of our constitution, that actually is a little bit to me of something which is sidestepping the real question, and that is, should these countries not be encouraged or persuaded or at least requested to look at amending the constitution in order to give effect to rights and to grant them to all persons residing in the country, and not just keep it limited to a section of the residents who are known as citizens. So I think that's one of the things in terms of a recommendation that we think we can look at, how to to incorporate norms and international norms and standards into national legal documents and provisions. Thank you very much, Mr. Gerald Joseph.
Thank you, Senruku. I still invite others to take the floor while I invite Zia Jianghao. Over to you, Zia Jianghao.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Jiang Haoxia from China Society for Human Rights Study. I would very much like to share several good measures on how to protect minority women in program for the development of Chinese women and the law on the protection of women's rights and interests. All these measures reflect the protection of rights of minority women. I sincerely hope these measures will help. First, the government pays much attention to the employment of minority women. More specifically, all sectors of society support the development of traditional
of minority rights even in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. There was a debate. If you check the Travaux Préparatoires, there was serious pressure, but it was denied. So whenever we had some minority mention in international instruments, it is either diluted. For example, Article 27 of International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. The idea was for minority protection, it was diluted to individuals belonging to minorities, like it has to be within the individualist framework, right? So the inter-war idea that minorities are always suspicious and they invite foreign invasion, we see some of those in what is happening in Ukraine today. So this is really a bad moment for minority protection discourse. And I think we need to acknowledge that, but it doesn't mean that we have to give up. The whole idea is to have hope and to fight back. And I think that's the best we can do. Regarding or connected to this point, I think Rajia highlighted some really important point here. And I think Akhil also touched upon it, the intersectional aspects. Why Rohingya minorities and refugees in Bangladesh in 35 camps. It's really appalling condition there. I've been to those camps several times. And the way the whole world is currently like forgetting, so kind of different hierarchy, kind of very racial hierarchy. I think her question is very pertinent. That is there a classification, racial classification of refugees, like first class minorities or second class minority? I think that tells a lot. And that takes us to the question about the global economic structure, political structure. I just focused on one issue of development in a very focused way rather than covering many. But these issues are important. Why we don't see political activism by powerful countries? Why powerful countries are more or less eager, and rightly so, about Uyghur minorities as a kind of as a language to bring China to account, but at the same time, other minorities are very happily ignored. So there is this broader political climate, political economic climate, and also in the Sri Lankan case, also in Myanmar case. I mean, when Sri Lankan war took place, which was almost had a genocidal character in many ways, the issue was that UN completely failed to prioritize human rights issues, as Ambika was telling us. The same actually happened in Myanmar. The whole idea that with the issue of development, we can fix the problem of ethnic divide was completely flawed. But that is the line that UN in the UN country office in Myanmar took. They silenced even UN officials who wanted to flag and alert about what was coming. But the idea was that we have to prioritize development, and partnership with international financial institutions like IMF, like UNDP. These are not always helpful, right? So this iconic figure in the form of Aung San Suu Kyi, Nobel Peace Laureate, and the kind of opening door for all international investment was directly connected to to what happened to one of the most vulnerable communities in the world. So my general point would be we have to take these political economic considerations seriously. Human rights is not isolated from that broader questions of political economy. In my 10 minutes talk, I just talked about development, but the story is definitely far bigger than that. Unless we get that, we miss the complete point altogether. We have to understand why certain countries are so eager to emancipate people, liberate people in countries like Bosnia and other places, but not in the poorest parts of the world. So, what is the political economic considerations there? It's all about cost benefit analysis and geopolitical strategy. And if you allow me, I'll stop with one last point that many speakers and experts highlighted. So Akhil talked about celebrating minorities. Razia talked about why Myanmar is so hostile vis-a-vis all minorities, but especially to the Rohingya minority. And this is what I think. And the question is, the treatment to the other in the form of minorities, migrants, refugees largely depends on the self-image of the state. How does the state define itself? If the state of Pakistan define its entity, the self-image, as a kind of Muslim state, then everyone else who are not Muslim are never ever going to be celebrated or even to be tolerated in some cases, unless there is a very strong legal mechanism for that. My own country, Bangladesh, the same story. If we think about the entire nation as a kind of Bengali Muslim nation, then the treatment of others is going to be very different. And I think that's also true about Malaysia, and for that matter, any country across the world. The way we understand the nation, the self, and its legal version in the form of state has a lot to do with the way we deal with the other minorities, migrants, refugees. And I think it's a very philosophical question, but it is at the very root of the state psyche and the majoritarian psyche, the way they deal with minorities. It comes from their own self understanding, the self image in the form of religion, language, ethnicity, race, whatever that might be. It is true in the US, it's true in Malaysia, it's true in Bangladesh, it's true everywhere. The self has a lot to do with the way we think about the other. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Shabuddin. So I know we allocated much more time for participants to add on, and I'm inviting one more round. If there are any participants who want to take up their hand, just click. There's a small button there, yellow button, and then we'll give you the space. And yes, I see a second round from the same speaker earlier. If I don't see any other requests, I will give it to Mr. Andrew Koo, while I invite other friends from other countries who may want to take the floor. Please click the button. Over to you, Mr. Andrew Koo. Mr. Andrew Koo?
No, can you hear me, Gerald?
Yes, you can. Go
Okay.
ahead.
I wasn't intending to take the floor again, but since no one else was taking the opportunity,
An
I thought I'd just
accidental.
respond. No. I thought I'd respond very quickly to just two comments. One by my good friend Razia. I mean, she talked about interestingly about refugees and whether they're first class, second class, or whatever. I mean, so the situation is a refugee is a minority in a particular country, but if the government of that country or the laws of that country don't even recognize refugees. What rights can you rely on? You are there purely on the goodwill, and you're depending on the goodwill of the authorities of that particular country. So how do you even? I mean, we're talking about improving the norms and standards. I mean, I would want to say, well, even with the current level of norms and standards, we are struggling to give real and practical effect to how these rights and these norms and standards can actually be enjoyed and actualized. And I think Razia makes the point, but I would make that additional point about how about countries which don't recognize. Another example, perhaps, is again going back to the constitution, is religious diversity, for example, and the rights of persons professing a religion that would be a minority in a particular country. So the constitution of the Maldives, from my reading of it and my understanding of it, basically says that all Maldivians are Muslims. So there's no space even for a Maldivian not to be of another religion. So again, how do you give effect to the rights of minorities when you have such a sweeping and overwhelming provision of the constitution that basically says that if you are not of a particular religion, you cannot be a citizen of that country? And I think these are some of the present struggles when it comes to rights of minorities that still need to be addressed. So even as we want to look ahead and say, what more can be done, which I fully support, I would also, make a call for, what needs still to be done in order to achieve, what limited ambition was reflected 50 years ago and it still has not been accomplished. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew Koo, for that 2 points. I think we have another hand, and both Andrew, I think Dr. Denison Jayasuri also got the idea after seeing Andrew. They've both taken the floor in the first round, but I don't see any other requests for the floor. I'm giving a chance before inviting Dr. Denison. Anyone else interested to take the floor today to make your recommendation or your interventions? I don't see anyone. Okay, so over to you, Dr. Denison Jayasuriya.
Hey, thank you very much. I think I took the cue from Andrew as well. But I found the comment made by Muhammad Shah just now quite significant, and actually it is challenging the paradigm of development. And I thought it might be worthwhile if I could hear a little bit more from you. I think many people criticize the Sustainable Development Goals for its weak commitment to human rights, while the SDG 16 it's undergirding, but it takes this premise that leaving no one behind agenda of addressing economic, social rights would in itself enhance other rights. I think it contradicts in some sense with Amartya Sen's work. But I thought what you said was interesting, and whether you want to develop that or whether there is literature in that area, because even in Malaysia, the focus is on poverty and so forth. So it's then saying it's a Malaysian family, everyone will have access. But then different minority groups or even subgroups within the majority community might not be able to access it because of gender, because of age, because of sub ethnicity or language within a majority community. So I just wanted to hear some feedback on your analysis on that score. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dennison. So I think, colleagues, since I don't see any rush of hands from participants to take the floor, this maybe is a good time for us to bring this discussion to a close, but not before I give the floor to our esteemed panel members to say the last few words. And I think there's some specific questions, and if you could wrap up your final intervention in 2 to 3 minutes, and that will be us bringing this discussion to a close. So we will start with Mr. Shahabuddin. Over to you.
Thanks very much, and thanks also, Dennis, for your interest. So, in my 2 minutes, I'll try to be really precise. So, the best I can do is to throw some bullet points. But I'll be very happy, Dennis, to be in touch, and perhaps we can have this conversation on forward. You can easily Google search me, and you'll find my contact details. Or likewise, I might also try to reach you. So, regarding this kind of mapping. Sustainable development goals. Before that, we had human development goals. I see those. I mean, these are very important for the same reason we think a legally binding convention would be useful. These are important because these gives us kind of roadmap. But philosophically speaking, my general perception is these are particular ways of mapping global problems. And these changes after 10, 15 years, the new language comes up. So this is a kind of continuous process since 1945, since the creation of those international institutions, especially focused on economic and human rights aspects, kind of different ways of mapping global problem. And these are not the way, these are the dominant thinking, the way we thought with human rights we can fix the problem, the same sort of mindset. So these are particular ways of imagining global problems. But these are not the only ways of imagining global problems. These are the dominant ways of imagining, and that is why they fail to fix many of the problems. Now, regarding development, especially, the idea is since 1945, development became the new standard of civilization, the secular religion along with human rights. Development and human rights they became. But when we talk about development, we don't mean development like sustainable development goals. Development in a very comprehensive way. It's a very particular understanding of development that heavily relied on economic exploitation. If you study most UN instruments and preparatory work at that time, you'll find there was huge focus on exploitation and right to exploit. So kind of free movement of capital. Now, of course, in this moment of climate change and everything, we step away from that kind of mentality. But the point I'm trying to make is since 1945, especially since 1960s, development was a very particular understanding within this broad genre of neoliberal economic intervention. And that particular development model didn't help at many levels. For example, at one level, it created a kind of new colonial relationship between the global north and the global south at the sovereignty level, where global south became immediately reliant on technical know-how and the expertise of the global north. And that created a very different but nonetheless continuous neo-colonial relationship that facilitated the same exploitation of resources, the inflow from the global south to global north. Right? After all these years since decolonization, global north is still benefiting from various forms of subtle economic exploitation from the global south. But the point I'm trying to make in this particular occasion is that in that critical development discourse, even there are fantastic literature criticizing that model of developmentalism, for example, by Sandhya Pahuja, Rajagopal Balakrishnan. These are like very important work. But what they also
Shahabuddin, if you can wrap up because
sure.
it's 2.5 minutes already.
Yeah. So the last point is that within even that critical discourse, the point about the way post-colonial states created a same developmental discourse, which is very colonial in character, is not often discussed. So my intervention is that these countries have created a new colonial relationship vis-a-vis their own minorities and indigenous communities. Their land is the cheapest land. They are the ones who are paying the price for so-called national economic development. And for that reason, I call it a developmental ideology. And I'll stop there.
Thank you. Thank you, Muhammad Shahabuddin, for your intervention throughout the session. With that, I invite our last comments from Ms. Ambika Satkunanandan.
Thank you. Just go back to the conventions, whether we need a convention. We know that countries don't always ratify conventions. And even in instances where we can argue that what is enshrined in the conventions has become customary law, like, for instance, the Refugee Convention, are ignored. Now, if we take countries in my region, they can be quite hostile to persecuted minorities from other countries. For example, in Sri Lanka, we've had Rohingya refugees, we've had Christians and Ahmadiyas from Pakistan, to whom the governments in Sri Lanka have sometimes been hostile and even violated the principles in the constitutions by not allowing them to enter. We've repatriated them. So we find even countries that are champions of human rights, at international fora, like the countries in the West, also violate the refugee conventions with impunity. So states help other states perpetuate violations against minorities at times. This is why it's important that interstate relations, politics, and dynamics, which we find undermine human rights norms, which we witness taking place even at the UN Human Rights Council, these elements have to be taken into account when we are speaking of strengthening, when we are formulating strategies to strengthen the international protection regime that we have for minorities. Thank you.
Uh, I cannot hear you, but I think this is my
Sorry.
turn to
Yeah, Akhil,
comment.
over to you. Thank you.
One thing yeah, thank you. Looking at the situation minorities, particularly religious minorities and even ethnic minorities face in Pakistan, I would say that looking at their rights from development, uh, probably the best approach. Forgive me, I am contradicting with, not contradicting in that sense actually, what Mr. Shahabuddin has just said, but for me, it's like I cannot ask for several things. Even I cannot address at this forum in terms of human rights, religious liberty, for example. Can we discuss how it is enshrined in the Constitution of Pakistan? will it be possible for me or anyone else to discuss it? Then what is further what we can say is, what are the consequences of those rights infringed? So I see that somehow the marginality, and looking at all this not from the legal perspective but from more sociological aspect, that when someone's rights are taken and when someone is excluded from society, they by default or by consequences become poor as one major indicator. So I think it depends where you are. Maybe in a country, in countries or situations, you cannot even discuss human rights, and you might only be able to discuss about developmental right. I hope you get my point. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Uh, Thank you. Thank you for making the final comments. I think I want to ask. I'm not sure whether Sultana is still here. Sultana, are you still here? I don't. Yeah, can take the coffee. Razia, I'm just checking with Razia is here. Yeah, I think she's not here. Sorry. So I think that brings us to a good closure with some critical points raised. Thank you for the participants who also took up their hand and made their comments. The special reporter is still hoping for you to submit your recommendations via email or even in the chat box. I think we'll put the email address there. But the discussion on looking at normative framework, whether the existing norms and interpretation is good enough or strong. I think some very good points have been made. I think it starts off. I think Akil already mentioned that I don't think it's either or because it's the sociological, the ground movement or the ground pain will have to inform international standards, and that's what our discussion is. So, what's the legal framework that exists in the UN? So, I think there's a discussion about. I think there's also questions about the need for a convention or not, and even if you have the convention, does that really help resolve some of this issue? The question of the development fervor. I think all our Asian countries have been on this development rush for the last many decades. I think if we did a study of the traction of development and the impact of minority, maybe that will show consistently across all countries in Asia the pain suffered by minority. And I think we need a new framework for development. I think that's the last discussion between Dr. Denison and Shahbuddin about what needs to come in. And I think the word SDG was also brought into what's the meaning of a sustainable development goal. Does it have a protection mechanism for minorities embedded in the quest for reaching the 2030 agenda? I think we're also talking about the teeth. Ambiga said we need bite, we need teeth. How can we strengthen constitution, legal frameworks in the country? How can we uh, debunk the myths? I think this is part of the tough work. How to change the framework on respect of all citizens equally. Doesn't matter if you're majority, minority. I think the example given by one of the our participants on the constitution that has very specific language, all are. So there's no even space to muscle a little bit that in the human evolution, there's always been people who are different, and movement of people has ensured there's no one space, totally only one type of person or community. But yet we have constitutions that don't mirror plurality. Yeah? So I think also that the point being made is that how can we get the rights internalized And there's a good point made about the protection mandate is actually rights internalized. Can that be seen in all agencies in the UN family, in the non-UN family, our family, in the various government department? In Malaysia, we talk human rights to foreign ministry. They understand it very clearly. You go to the next department, it's a fresh conversation, another government is in place. So I think that's a very good point about how to embed protection mandate in all different agencies. I think our interveners from the participants also reminded us on the difficulty of social impact, like marriage, like conversion, when you need to make a personal decision. Also, the practical part about job security. How do we do that? Is that a state supported function? Is it an affirmative action framework? Is it financial state support, as was shared by a colleague from China earlier? So, a whole list of possibility that maybe can strengthen that declaration. But I think even Shabuddin asked a question about the refugee class. Even in the recognition of minorities and the pain minorities suffer, there is greater silence on some and there's greater loudness on some. And this is experienced and visualized, and I think that shouldn't be the case. But I think that is shared by our participants as well as our speakers. So I think we've been inspired. Thank you very much to Muhammad Shabuddin, Ambiga, Satkunanandan, Asif Akil, and Razia Sultana. You've been exceptional. You've been inspirational. And to our speakers who took the floor, thank you for sharing your thoughts, your comments. And I invite all of you now to also don't forget you have a very important role to keep sharing your recommendation. And because these recommendations are important to help our special rapporteur, Mr. Fernan, to do his work in completing, and he wants to listen to the voices on the ground, and we are the voices on the ground. So with that, a big thank you to all participants and all speakers for your time spent. Very well appreciated for your direct
I think Gerald just happened to
Yeah,
off.
looks
I
like.
think we just wanted to close the session.
Yes,
We
so
can
that's
do it
fine. Okay,
virtually.
yes, yes.
So thanks to all of you, and
Thank
Yeah,
you.
and thank you very much. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I think good. Thank you.
Thank you all. I think Joseph, Gerald Joseph, unfortunately got disconnected at the last minute. But as you could see, he was drawing things to an end. So thank you all again for your contributions. And we'll have
Thank
the
you.
next session in an hour's time, just over an hour's time, on implementation, institutions, mechanisms, policies, and programs. So we will see you in just over 1 hour.
yeah.
Thank you all.
Thanks,
Thank you
Sean.
very much.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you. Bye.
Good morning, Seema.
Good morning.
I know it's very early for you, so thank you for joining and getting on early to test things.
Thank you.
So we will start in about 25 minutes.
Okay.
So plenty of time if you want to mute yourself and turn your camera off and relax a little bit.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Seema.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Sean. I don't know. Am I audible? Hello.
Hello, Katya.
Hi, Sean. Am I audible to you?
Yes, audible and can see fine as well. So
Good.
that's
That's
great.
lovely. We start in another 10 minutes.
Yes, exactly. Just over.
All
So
right.
we're just waiting for one more expert to join. I'm sure they'll be on soon. So we should be on time.
All right. Great. So give me some minutes. I'll just turn off my camera and a microphone. I'll be back in 10 minutes then.
Of
See
course.
you then.
Thank you, Katya. Ayoko, could we test your video and sound, please?
Hello. Hi.
Hi, Ayoko. Hi.
Hi, Sean. Thank you. Do you see me and hear me now?
Yeah, very clearly.
Cool. Cool.
Perfect. Thank you. So we're just waiting for Mr. Issa to join. I think he should be here shortly. So I will let you know when we're good to start, or if we're going to be slightly delayed. But hopefully he'll be here in the next 10 minutes.
Sure. Okay. Can I like may I try like with my different computer? Just like this is like and I may use this one with the moderator notes. So if I may, just
Yeah, of course, you can connect on another computer as well, sure.
thank you. Just let me see. Continue. But this one doesn't really work.
Hi, Ayoko. So I can see that you've joined with another computer as well now. I don't know if you want to test anything with that device.
Thank you. Is it? Sorry, just let me cut this one, and then oops, something.
Okay.
Do you think? Do you think it is? Oh, sorry. I'm just trying to cut my mic. Sorry. Do you think it is alright connecting like this?
The only issue with having both is that there's an echo because of both.
Now I muted
Okay, yeah, that's
my other computer, so
yeah.
should be all right? Is it?
Yep,
Okay.
that's fine.
Then the camera is a bit, I don't know. Is it vague or is it okay? Just
It seems okay. It's not as sharp as the other one, but
Mhm.
we can see you fine.
Mhm.
It's okay.
Okay.
I think Dolkan has just joined us as well.
Hi,
Hello, Dolkan.
good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Very well, thank you. You?
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Thank you for joining. So we have all of our experts and moderator connected, and everything seems to be working. So we will start in about 7 minutes.
Okay.
Ayoko, you can start at 1:30 when you're ready. Okay. And in the meantime, you can all keep your cameras and microphones off for the next few minutes. Thank you.
Hello, Kada.
Hi, how are you?
Great, thank you. Thank you so much for joining us in this session.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for your time. I hope other panelists are ready to speak. Okay, so we are. Hi, Sama.
Morning. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. You're great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, all speakers and participants, to join us today for this thematic session 2, Implementation, Institutions, Mechanism, Policies, and Program. My name is Ayako Hatano. I'm a moderator of this thematic session. I'm a UN advocacy coordinator of the International Movement Against All Forms of Discrimination and Racism, IMARA in short. I'm so honored to be a moderator of this session. I'm just briefly welcome all panelists. Ms. Sima Samar, a member of the United Nations Secretary General's high-level panel on internal displacement, and also Mr. Dolkan Issa, president of the World Uyghur Congress, and also Ms. Khadija Kada, OSHR consultant and an independent researcher. All distinguished three speakers are truly welcome to this session. And I also welcome all participants to spare your time for this session. Before we are getting into presentation and discussion, let me give you some housekeeping notes. I like to remind you, participants especially, this session is being live streamed on YouTube, and the link will be posted in the chat function. The session is also being recorded and will be available on the organizers' websites and www.minorityforum.info, and together with a final set of recommendations following the regional forum. I encourage participants to promote your participation in the event on social media by using official hashtags on the regional forum, #MinorityForum, #MinorityForum Asia Pacific. Especially this is Asia Pacific, minority forum. So you're more than welcome to specify your region and add your opinion on that too. And also we need to remain on topic and then respect the UN values and principles when especially for into countries and territories. Let me humbly read the statement out for everyone in the session. So participants of the regional forum are reminded to contribute constructively to the discussions along the themes addressed in the program of work of the regional forum. Please note that all interventions and the statements under each theme of the regional forum should be relevant to the particular theme. It is preferred that speakers are not interrupted, so we ask you to make sure that your statements relate to the topics under discussion. It is encouraged that all participants provide concrete recommendations on how to tackle the issues under the theme you are making your statement. We count on the cooperation of all participants to that end. In order to attain fruitful and meaningful exchanges, we expect that all participants show respect for others' views, and then invite all participants to exercise decorum, avoid abusive or disrespectful language or derogatory and then inflammatory remarks. Respect UN core values and principles, and uphold UN standards when referring to countries and territories. Participants are also requested to refrain from posting or displaying materials that is offensive, obscene, and hateful, and promotes or encourages violence or that does not uphold UN standards regarding countries and territories. In the event that these rules are repeatedly and or seriously broken, participants may be removed from the meeting at the discretion of the organizers. All participants are also reminded that any act of intimidation or reprisals against individuals and groups who have participated in this regional forum or who cooperate or have cooperated with the United Nations, its representatives, and mechanisms in the field of human rights is unacceptable. States are urged to prevent and ensure adequate protection against such acts. So this is the end of the statement. Sorry for a bit long, but I believe it is very important for us to make, like a safe space and present discussion, constructive exchange among all. So just let me outline briefly the process of this session for participants especially. So each session, like this session, will start with presentations of 10 minutes from each experts and speakers in front of you, followed by comments from the moderator, possibly by me. And this is followed by intervention from you participants. To make a statement, participants like you must use the raise hands function. You can see raise hands button at your bottom of the screen, I think. So you please use that function to raise your opinions in the forum in this session. So you can also submit your recommendation and comments in writing via the chat function or by email to marcos.order at tomlantosinstitute.hu, which is posted in the chat soon. And the chat function is also open to all participants to encourage in dialogue throughout the regional forum. So please use that chat function for smooth communications. So finally, it's a time for me to give the floor to the panelists, distinguished speakers, for their presentations. First speaker is Ms. Shima Samar, member of the United Nations Secretary General's high-level panels on internal displacement. Prior to her current position, she was also served as a chairperson of the Afghanistan Independent Human Rights Commission and very well experienced in a crisis situation and human rights in terms of minority rights. So I'm truly looking forward to your presentation, Samal. Thank you so much for your participation, and please take the floor. Thank you.
Well, good morning, good afternoon to all the participants, and it's my pleasure to be a part of this program. And special good morning, of course, special greeting to my colleagues who are in this panel. I think we have, it's 30 years of United Nations Declaration on Non-Minorities, which is a good step in order to protect the human rights of the minorities. But unfortunately, we still have as I keep saying, that we have achieved a lot on the human rights situation all over, not only on minorities but all over. But still, it's a lot of weaknesses and a lot of shortness on the situation of human rights and protection of everyone in the world. Still, it's millions of people in different countries, particularly in the region that I live. I'm from Afghanistan, so in our region, there's a lot of discrimination and violation of human rights of minorities done by the state, by the other groups, by ignoring the rights of the people who belongs to the different minorities. So that is also something that we need to it means that the mechanism or whatever structure that we still have is not enough to protect the rights of the every human being, including the minorities. The other fact in our region is that I do not know any country in my region that is one ethnic group or one tribe or one language or one religion. So it is all the countries are made of different, either by ethnic or tribes or language or religion, or even the figure that goes to back to the race that we looks different in different countries. It is same in my country, in Afghanistan, that we are from Afghanistan as particularly have different ethnic groups in the country. Unfortunately, one of the problem during the conflict that we had, you all know that Afghanistan has been in conflict for 44 years. And during the conflict, unfortunately, the violation of human rights of minorities increased because the rule of law is weaker. When the rule of law is weaker, of course, there's a violation of human rights continues with impunity. And during the conflict, of course, as I said, that the tension between the different ethnic group and between the different religious group and language group is increasing because people tries to find a place in order to be protected. So it's more tension, and usually use the people who are in power or the people who has more physical power and armed groups. They're trying to use their ethnicity, their language, their religion as a tool in order to control the others. So that is the reality in my country, in Afghanistan, for in the last 44 years. Unfortunately, during the conflict, we watched and we saw all these differences in the country. We have two kinds of minorities. We have minorities who lives in the city, in the mainly in the urban areas, which is at least more visible than the minorities that we have in the very rural part of Afghanistan that completely forgotten. We had this small number of Hindus and Sikh in the cities, mainly in Kabul and Ghazni and some in Kandahar and other cities. But their rights been very, very much violated by the different regime who came in power, and their property was taken, and different kind of discrimination happened against them, and they were forced, most of them, to leave the country. Unfortunately, we still have very, very small few numbers that we can count in our fingers in the country. But we have the other rural minorities, like people in Pamir, which is mainly Kazakhs, and nobody really talks about them, and they're completely forgotten during the provision or planning for basic social services, or their participation on the political rights in the country, in order to be participating in the future of the country, or on the decision making of the political system in the country. So that is the reality. Not only Kazakhs. I just give the Kazakh as a reality, and this is the case I believe in the other countries in my region. But I think with all the advancement that we have on human rights, including the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, if we really take the Universal Declaration of Human Rights as a tool to implement, that's clearly protecting the rights of every human being, regardless of all the other differences that we have. But unfortunately, there's not a mechanism to monitor that implementation. The condemnation of course, the condemnation of violence or discrimination against the minorities is good, but is it enough? It is provide enough protection to the minorities? No, unfortunately. That's why I think that we need to look for a mechanism that should be more create more obligation to the states to protect their rights. So my and all the other conventions, but the even if you see the core value of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, if that's implemented properly in different countries, and there's an obligation for the states to be responsible for implementation, equal implementation of that values and principles, then we, of course, we reduce the violation of human rights. I just would like to say a few things on the different issues. Like in Afghanistan, we ratified a lot of conventions of 7 good strong convention on human rights. But what is the obligation? We report and then there's a condemnation in the Human Rights Council. Is it enough? No. Of course, the other structure should be looking at. I think one is the responsibility of the government. Everybody knows the state has the responsibility to protect their citizen, regardless of their ethnicity, regardless of their language and religion and their gender. The second point on this, when the state or the government is the outcome of the people's participation, then nobody will be minority in that case. Majority will be the one who really get the votes and the support of the people from different ethnic groups, from different part of the countries. So that would be the real representative of the people, and then they will be responsible for protection and provision of basic social services to the people equally, and protect them from the violation of human rights. The third point that I would like to mention is the civil society role. Civil society role is very, very important in order to raise the issues of discrimination and violation of human rights of the minorities, or based on their ethnicity or whatever sector of minority they are. So the civil society has to be supported, and the state has the responsibility to create space or give space to the civil society. The fourth point that I would like to mention is that, again, when the regime is based on dictatorship, based on the mentality of a group of people, as we see now in Afghanistan, for example, that is something that requires the intervention of the others, because the problem in one country will not stay in the boundary wall of that country. This is in the region. I mean, in Myanmar, for example, the violation the violation of human rights of the Muslims, when they were pushed out of the country, the condemnation is not enough. But there were no mechanism to push really to keep them accountable and provide justice to those issues. The fifth point, I think that we all have the responsibility to empower the people from the minority groups, and also generally when the people are aware of human rights and they believe on human rights principles, and if they know that there's accountability, then the people refrain from violation of human rights and discrimination against others, and the minority group themselves will be able to defend their rights based on the awareness that they have. The other point, six, in my view, that the national human rights institution should be really empowered and should have a specific position for protection of minorities. Unfortunately, I was the chairperson of the Human Rights Commission in Afghanistan, but we have a lot of other problems, including the minorities. But we didn't have, unfortunately, a specific department on protection of minority. That is, I think, needed, and we need to do that. The final point in this section would be the empowerment of the local people, of the minorities. We need to focus on that, and it should be a specific fund for that in order give them a space and empower them. And my recommendation to the international community is, yes, it's good that we have special rapporteur on the rights of minority, but it's not enough. Very honestly and openly, because we have this United Nations Declaration of Minorities, but there's no obligation. There's no mandatory. We need to look for a mechanism to make it more mandatory and keep accountable. The second point, I think the minority rights should be cross-cutting in everything, not only in specifically in one issue, but cross-cutting in every education, health, you name it, and all the rights that we need to have. Including, for example, we are talking about SDG, and we are saying nobody should leave behind, but practically, how much we are focusing on the rights of the minorities? Not much. So when we establish a mechanism like SDG or other mechanism, we should focus, a specific focus should be paid for minorities. The third point, I believe that it should be specific fund for empowerment of the minority groups, to raise their issue and also to empower them and to build a civil society for the things. I believe the other point that I want to mention is that we actually should look for mechanisms in the regions, a regional mechanism somehow to raise the issue and keep the countries, the government and state responsible for those issues, for implementation of Universal Declaration of Human Rights or other conventions, and including, of course, the minorities. The other point, which is really important, and we are not really looking at these issues very much, is lack of accountability and justice. And we need to promote accountability and justice. It's good that we condemn the violation of human rights of minorities in the Human Rights Council and the UPR or other mechanism, but it's not enough. It's not enough because the violation of human rights, and it's a crime against humanity, in my personal view, when the violation of human rights, massive violation of human rights of minorities are continued. So that is something. Then the state, if the state doesn't really take the issue of accountability and justice seriously, we need to support the international mechanism. In this case, particularly, I believe that ICC should be supported and empowered in order to intervene on the issues, including Myanmar and Afghanistan and other countries. I mean, we see in my country that the violation of human rights against the minorities based on ethnicity, based on the religion, continues every day with impunity, with complete impunity. And this way, we actually fuel the culture of impunity. Unless we end the culture of impunity on these crimes against humanity, or war crimes in the conflict situation, we will not achieve a world that people could live with dignity. The final point that I would like to mention, that we all, the people who believe on the principle of human rights, the people who believe on equality, we all have to act united and we have to learn from each other. We should stand united and we should talk and walk together. And that would be something that we, again, we have to look at it. My final point is that we keep saying that we have to tolerate everyone and the minorities, but I believe that we have to accept that everybody is human being and everybody has the same right as we are. Either we are minority or majority. And that word of tolerance is not enough. My view is that we have to accept it, and that should be accepted by everyone. And the word tolerance is not enough. So I hope that we will achieve that situation, that everyone would live with dignity and rights. regardless of their gender, their race, their ethnicity, their language. And thank you so much. I hope I didn't exceed my time. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Samara. Such a strong points and then such a wonderful presentation with a lot of problems in there. But I truly sympathize with your points of the not Torres is not enough, but we embrace acceptance, and then like starting point of a discussion is everybody has the same rights and dignity. So I think, and then also I'm glad you pointed out the some sort of lack of regional human rights protection mechanism in the Asia Pacific region, especially. So we may expand these points in a further discussion. But thank you so much for your presentation. I think this is a wonderful start of our conversation. So next, let me introduce Mr. Dorkan Issa, President of World Uyghur Congress. Dorkan Issa is the president of the World Uyghur Congress since 2017, and he was a leader of the pro-democracy demonstrations at Xinjiang University since 1980s. You have full bios in our website, so I don't use his time for introducing his full bio here, but it is so he has been very tough and an impressive career. So I'm really looking forward to your statement and presentation, Mr. Issa. So you have it. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Very nice introduction, Ayako. Good morning to all. I would like to first thank UN Special Rapporteurs, Mr. Fernando Varnens, and the Director of the Tom Lantos Institute, Anna Maria Bureau, for inviting me to speaking during this year's Asia Pacific Regional Forum. As we celebrate the 30th anniversary of the creation of the UN Declaration on the Right of the Person belonging of the national, ethnic, religious, and the linguistic minorities, we must review success and the shortcoming of the UNDM protecting the right of minorities. I first would like to emphasize that whereas the Uyghur make up the majority of the population in their own homeland, they don't consider themselves a minority. Nevertheless, Uyghur, Tibet, Inner Mongols, Kazakh, and others are officially considered a minority group by the People's Republic of China and on the paper. The Chinese government has guaranteed specific right to person belonging to minority groups under Chinese Republic of China's Constitution and 1984 regional ethnic autonomic law. Minorities enjoy freedom of religious belief, have a right to use, develop their own language, as well as freedom to preserve their own custom and the way of living. In the reality, none of the ethnic people in China have benefit from these rights. The current situation of the Uyghur is dire. Uyghur have been targeted for repression due to their distinct ethnicity, language, culture, and their religions. Particularly since 2017, this has led to around 3 million Uyghur, Kazakh, and other Turkish-speaking people being arbitrarily interned in the concentration camp, where they are subject to torture and sexual abuse, including rape and forced sterilization. Uyghur academics, scholar, professor have been targeted in particularly. Additionally, thousands of Uyghur are transferred to forced labor facilities outside the network of the camp. Region resembles an open-air prison. An extensive collection data, including biomedical and digital data, has been analyzed in the big data hubs. As the recently leaked Xinjiang police files have revealed, everything that is unique to Uyghur identity can lead to internment and other forms of the persecution. Our language, culture, religious, and history are under threat of the becoming extinct. Since the inception of the UNDM, there has been deeper focus of the right of the minority internationally, and the various mechanisms have been created to address this issue and promote to protect the right of the minority. These mechanisms are available at domestic and international level. At the United Nations, minority rights have become an integral part of the protection and safeguarding the human rights. Platforms such as annual forum on minority issue have been created to offer a space for individuals belonging to national, ethnic, religious, and linguistic minorities to of the thematic special rapporteur minority issue has further facilitated the work of the human rights defender advocating for better protection of the minorities. At the same time, many challenges and gaps continue exist in the minority protection system. One of such challenges is effective participation of the NGOs and individuals belonging to a minority group, often called unrepresented diplomats at the United Nations. The politicization of the ECOSOC registration, one of the most important challenges we continue to face. Authoritarian states continue to influence the entire process of the ECOSOC registration in order to prevent NGOs belonging to minority groups from officially being registered to attend various UN meetings, particularly UN Human Rights Council. This tactics goes beyond unregistered NGOs, but also extends to NGOs with the existing ECOSOC status that provide accreditation to human rights defenders. As authoritarian state threaten legitimacy of the ECOSOC status. This has also affected me personally. I personally, in 2018, during the section of the UN's Committee on the NGOs, China unsuccessfully attempted to have committee withdraw NGOs consultative status of Society for Certain People over their support me and the human rights activists. Similar, as a tactic used by some states is establish or support government affiliate NGOs and the so-called gongos. One registered with ECOSOC, these gongos can operate with UN NGO space and form and counter human rights account with the state propaganda, while wrongly being recognized as an independent body. Given this, gongos usually have more resources available to them compared with unrepresented group. They occupy the NGO space in an overwhelming way. In contrast, minority groups have extremely limited access to resources, including financially. This challenge must be addressed at United Nations level, especially in contexts where this limitation actively caused by member states by exercising diplomatic and political pressure on the institutions. The lack of the clear definition of self-determination right of the people is an important obstacle to conflict prevention and protection of human rights. Their failures thus sufficiently develop an understanding and the mechanism to protect the right to self-determination. These foundations, right of the international system, show the negative impact this has on unrepresented nations as a people everywhere. Better development and implementation of the right of self-determination would make the world a more sustainable and peaceful place. There are also documented patterns of the state intimidate against activists engaged in promoting right of self-determination via criminalization of their activities. Some states brand human rights defender from minority group as a separatist and a terrorist. Indeed, NGOs and human rights defenders in the minority space are at a high risk of repression and intimidation, such limiting their ability to participate in meaningful is relevant forms. As a human rights defender working on Uyghur in China, I'm quite familiar with repression. I was first issued red notes by Interpol on insistence of the Chinese government in 1997. I only learned about these red notes 2 years later, 1999, by U.S. General Consulate in Frankfurt. This has, in fact, both my professional and the personal level in several ways. I was detained and refused to enter different of country: South Korea, Switzerland, Turkey, Italy, United States, India, Taiwan, and some other countries. This has also led me to fear for my safety in the democratic countries. The Interpol red notes against me was lifted in 2018, up to 21 years later, due to President work, a lot of international organizations, particularly London-based fair trials. Despite this notes has remained in a particularly obstacle for me in inhibiting international level and hindering my activism. In 2013, during the Universal Periodic Review on China in the United Nations, my delegation and I, who are present during the review, were suddenly asked to leave UN premises by the UN security guards without explanation. I later discovered that as the request of the Chinese mission, the UN had provided my name and other Uyghur Tibetan activist name to the Chinese mission. This was exposed by the UN officers Emma Relay and the handing out of the names of some human rights defenders by the UN was previously a common practice. In 2017, I was expelled from the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issue in New York by a UN Security Guards as a recused Chinese mission. Despite my official NGO accreditation, I was given no explanation about this incident. The next year, a similar incident took place during the UN Permanent Forum Indigenous Issue in New York, but this time Germany, EU, and United States prevent my expulsion. Well, this is all happening is today even. So to conclude my statement, I would like to table some recommendation. One, important gaps and UNDM had in fact overall nominative frameworks used in the UN must be recognized and addressed at all levels. This includes deeper understanding of certain rights, including right of self-determination for the unrepresented peoples and nations. Secondly, the UN should provide more resources and the toolkits for organizations and all human rights defenders belonging to a minority group who have very limited capacity and resource to advocate for their cause. Three, there should be better cooperation between the different UN human rights monitoring mechanisms, including UN Forum on Minority Issue and the domestic courts, with the overall aim bring accountability to the victim of the atrocity crime. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jokan. Such a impressive history of activism you went through, and then thank you for sharing the dire situation of Uyghur people are facing, just now. I truly agree with you. It's it is important. It is also resonate to the points Sama raised before, but it is truly important for to secure the platform space for civil society groups especially minority groups to have their voice in a secure safe situation. And then the reprisals to the human rights defenders is such a huge issue. So I truly would like to discuss this issue further among speakers and participants as well. Thank you so much, Jokan. we save your time for further discussion, and then move on presentation of Ms. Khadija Kadal. Sorry if my pronunciation is not good. Just correct me, please.
That's fine. It's fine.
Thank you so much for your kindness. So Khadija, she is OSHR consultant and independent researcher. She completed her PhD in international relations from Jawaharlal Nehru University and New Delhi, India. For her research focus is migration, race, diaspora, and then minority identities. But she's also engaged in a lot of practices, UN human rights, and then also civil societies practice in human rights, especially in minority rights. So I'm really looking forward to your presentation, especially from your sort of academic perspectives. Thank you. And then you have a floor, Khadija.
Thank you. Thank you, Erico. Thank you, Seema and Dolkin, for your presentations. They were very insightful. I learned a lot. Good afternoon to all. So, this panel intends to discuss the normative frameworks, policies, and programs ensuring the effective implementation of UN Declaration on Minorities. Such a discussion makes it important for us to look at the UN Declaration on Minorities in two ways. One, as a quasi legal instrument that can guide the work of state parties, and secondly, as a conceptual framework that can inform developing international norms on minority rights. At the heart of the UN Declaration on Minorities is the idea of state responsibility as the principal authority which can promote, protect, and create enabling conditions for minorities to live within its borders. These conditions and safeguards include right to association, Article 2, Clause 4, economic protection, Article 4, Clause 5, right to inclusive education, Article 4, language rights, Article 2 and Article 4, and the rights to benefit from regional or interstate negotiations where necessary, Article 6 and 7. Importantly, the UN Declaration on Minorities is legally and normatively bolstered by treaty bodies, especially the Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, CERD, Convention on Rights of Child, Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, and International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Treaty bodies can have a more binding obligation on state parties, and hence the implementation of the UN Declaration on Minorities cannot be discussed without referring to the implementation of UN's core treaties. My presentation intends to focus on structural and systemic discrimination against Muslim minorities in India, a condition the Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Religion and Belief has termed as Islamophobia or anti-Muslim hate in his 2021 report on the subject submitted to the HRC. India, especially under the current Bharatiya Janata Party (BJP) government, has seen a deterioration of Muslim citizens' access to fundamental rights guaranteed by India's constitution and its international obligations. Under the current government, there's a long list of anti-Muslim violations that have been reported on by human rights groups and international media. Latest being the incitement of hate against Islamic symbols and figures like Prophet Muhammad in violation of Article 18 and 27 of the ICCPR, or the hijab ban that is preventing Muslim women and girls from attending schools and universities in violation of Article 14, 28, and 30 of the CRC. It is well documented that mainstream domestic media outlets in India have only compounded the issues that Muslim minority face within Indian states' borders. The irresponsible use and association of words like terror, terrorist, terrorism, and extremism with Muslims and Islam have been used to legitimize and validate discriminatory social, political, and legal practices in India. I would like to discuss the situation of Muslim communities living in India by highlighting the case of Indian administered Kashmir with regards to the safeguards that the UN Declaration on Minorities provides. Ironically, the spirit of the UN Declaration on Minorities, which was adopted in 1992, never applied to Kashmir. The 1990s were a decade of active armed insurgency and saw gross human rights violation perpetrated in the name of national security and Islamic terrorism, where well before West mainstreamed these attitudes after 9/11. Since the 1990s, Kashmir has been administered by the Indian state using special laws like AFSPA and PSA. which effectively derogate multiple international commitments India has towards human rights in the name of national interest and security. Jumping forward to 2019, the Indian state, without consultation with stakeholders on ground abrogated the semi-autonomous status of Jammu and Kashmir on the pretext of development. Since 2019, as noted by special procedures of the UN, activists have faced arbitrary arrest under anti-terror laws that allow prolonged detention as under trials and have been deliberately moved to prisons outside of Kashmir where they are away from their families and more vulnerable. Journalists have faced detentions, questioning, and police assaults in collusion with the new political order in the state. And in 2021, the Kashmir Press Club was closed down by the state. Families of journalists have also faced intimidation by security agencies. New domicile laws have marginalized Kashmiri Muslims further by enabling outside business interests to take over public projects, employment benefits for non-Kashmiris, and state to allocate land without any consultation with local communities and stakeholders. COVID-19 restrictions which were imposed as a curfew in Kashmir right after the 2019 communication blackout have been compounded by climate change and have led to grave losses in the horticulture sector, which employs majority of the population. Prolonged curfew-like situation in the state has impacted women the most in terms of their access to education, employment, and healthcare, affecting financial and emotional well-being. All the points mentioned above have relevant communications that special procedures have given out and are available on the OHCHR website. In the next section, I will propose a few recommendations on the implementation of the United Nations Declaration on Minorities and the idea of how to mainstream the essence of that declaration. So the first set of recommendations are for the UN. The UN should negotiate a South Asia OHCHR regional office that can monitor violations. It should create a minority fund similar to the UN Voluntary Fund for Indigenous People to enable activists to advocate internationally. Institutionalize minority forum and regional forums like the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous People, which is part of ECOSOC, so that grassroots stakeholders can take ownership of the process and be part of developing norms around minority rights. UN should continue to contribute towards developing conceptual understanding of the term Islamophobia through advocacy and consensus building so that an international norm can develop. UN should create a treaty that imposes legal obligation on states to regulate media to report ethically, because media has become a big problem in terms of how minority rights are realized on ground in states. Lastly, the Declaration on Minorities should develop into something concrete that has binding legal obligations, if not a full-fledged convention. And then I have a few set of recommendations for the state. Indian state should implement the recommendations highlighted by the Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Religion and Belief in his report Countering Islamophobia, Anti-Muslim Hatred, to eliminate discrimination and intolerance based on religion or belief. Indian state should fulfill its treaty obligations under CRC, CEDAW, CERD, and ICCPR. Indian state should recognize and safeguard the rights of Muslim communities within its administrative borders so that they can exercise and enjoy their cultural, linguistic, and religious identities. Indian state should actively protect Muslim minorities' right to pray and their religious buildings. Indian state should protect land rights and livelihood of Muslim minority communities, applying minority rights to both individual and applying minority rights as both individual and community-based rights. Indian state should protect the right of Kashmiri Muslims to form civic and religious associations aimed at preserving their ethnic and religious identity. Indian state should promote freedom of press, especially for non-mainstream journalists and freelance journalists. Indian state should ensure political prisoners and those arbitrarily arrested are provided with free and fair due process, as mentioned under CERD. And lastly, it should ratify Convention Against Torture. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Katerina. For your concise and a very strong statement and presentation. You hit on the sort of similar points with Samal, saying ratification of international human rights treaty is not enough. Just implementation of the government as well as civil engagement of the civil society groups are sort of critical in the implementation, realization of the purpose of those treaties. And then I also think this is very important. You also pointed out the role of media, which is like really closely related to the activities of the civil society organizations, and also like a UN's like norm creation and development process. So in a so different situation context from Afghanistan, from China and from India, but there are like so many similar issues, or the shared common issues in human rights, and then also like the lack of strong sort of institutional human rights protection mechanism in this Asia Pacific, which is connected to the all the dire situations of minorities. So now I see some of the participants raising their hands. So with a big appreciation to all speakers for their wonderful presentations, I may call on participants to have their voice. So first one is Chu Pen. Would you be able to open your mic and then speak up? Or if it is difficult for you,
Fine. Yes,
okay.
it's all right. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. And then you disappeared. I'm not sure. And this is a connection problem, which is so common in in an online conference, which we all experience for in the past few years. Oh yes, I think she's back. Chupen, do you hear us? Or can you open your mic? If she has any problem with connection, maybe we can pass on to next speaker, like next participant to raise hand. Liu Lili, you can open your mic and then speak.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Hello, yes. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes. Just before you speak, let me remind you, please be concise and keep your comments short, maybe 2 or 3 minutes, and at longest.
Okay.
And then be respectful to to the statement I read in the beginning of the session. Thank you so much.
Okay. I'm Liu Lili from the National Ethnic Affairs Commission of the People's Republic of China. We formally oppose and strongly condemn the wrongdoing of Mr. Doli Kun. In terms of promoting and protecting human rights, the Chinese government has always supported the active efforts of the United Nations. We have created and improved various conditions to help ethnic minorities effectively participate in cultural, religious, social, economic, and public life, jointly manage state and social affairs, and share the fruits of reform and development. In terms of system, we have adopted the system of regional ethnic autonomy, which is a fundamental political system of China. It not only ensures the unity of the country, but also guarantees the rights of all ethnic groups. It has been proven by practice that the system plays an important role in safeguarding national unity and strengthening ethnic equality, and enhancing the cohesion of people of all ethnic groups. In terms of mechanism, the National Ethnic Affairs Commission is the agency in charge of China's ethnic affairs. But as ethnic affairs cover a wide range of aspects, it also implants a member system by involving other ministries. For example, National Development and Reform Commission, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Science and Technology, Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, Ministry of Public Security, and so on. Altogether, we coordinate the functions of various ministries, conduct in-depth investigation and studies, and jointly solve major issues concerning the development of ethnic minorities and ethnic minority regions. Thanks to the guarantee of this basic political system, the coordination of various departments and the concerned efforts of the whole society, our ethnic policies can be better implemented in place. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you so much, Lily, Miss Lily, for your intervention. So next speaker or participants to raise hand is here Abasi. Oh, sorry, like before we go on to the next person, if the speakers, like presenters, have any comments back to the questions or statement, just please let me know. So Duncan, you have your floor. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you for this comment. And this it's not question, of course. If I'm not wrong, this lady is name is Lily. Yes. Well, according to the Chinese constitution, I already mentioned, and according to the regional autonomic law, on the paper, yes, we have a lot of right. Uyghur, Tibet, all have a lot of right. But problem is, it has never been implemented. Today, it is not a secret. Just 2 weeks ago, Xinjiang police file, and they show everything very clearly. And today is 21st century. Is Madam, you speaking very good comment, but we are asking the reality. We want to show the reality. This kind of things we listen all the time. Chinese government just they're trying to cheat the international community, and they use the all measure to use all capacity to the spread the misinformation. Today, I ask one question to you. How many mosques has been destroyed since 2017 until 2020? I'm not saying this. In the Australian Strategic Institute, they use the satellite image, use the Chinese or government resource. They have published a report within 2017 to 2020, within 3 years, 8,000 mosques completely demolished. Another 8,000 mosques partly destroyed. Today, if you look at the satellite, and this mosque was exist before 2017, no, you cannot find it. Some mosque is already changed into the public toilet, some is a hotel, some is a parking, This is, I'm not saying, this is international expert, independent expert reported. Other issue, Uyghur language. According to the Chinese constitution, the autonomic law, even if you look at the Chinese money today, there is a 5 language, one of the Uyghur language, just to show to the world, but in the reality, since 2004, Uyghur children cannot practice mother tongue at the school level. We have the original document, leaked document, very, 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 very clear evidence on this. Today, even during the school time, Uyghur children, even break time also, cannot talk and use a mother tongue. If used, then the punish. This is the reality today. And more than 1 million Uyghur children, I'm not saying this, other international research institute and the NGO talking about this, separate from the family. They are first indoctrinate, changing name, teaching Chinese language falsely. This is the reality today. So this is the issue. We know this is Chinese constitution have a lot of rights as a people. Why not implementing this? This is the reality, unfortunately.
Thank you so much, Dolgan, for your response. Like this is the issue. Like we have beautiful constitution and beautiful laws, but implementation is always have huge obstacles in many ways. In my country as well, the minorities in Japan have their rights to their they're keeping their culture, ethnic identity, but education of the indigenous and then also like minority language is not really guaranteed in the system. So like I think the issue is how we can implement the rights, beautifully described, this declaration of human rights treaties, with all sort of, collaboration and engagement of multiple stakeholders, including, of course, minorities and subalterns that, Samar also pointed out in her presentation. So I may give the floor to next participants who raised hands. Sorry for keeping you wait. Here, Abasi, Mr. or Miss, I'm so sorry if my pronunciation of your name is not correct, but allow me to call
Hello,
you.
do you
Yep.
hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to raise the grave situation and persecuted status of indigenous Sindhis in Pakistan and their peaceful struggle and the human rights, including the right to self-determination. Today, I will highlight few of these issues, which shows how our peaceful struggle is being criminalized by the Pakistani state. Enforced disappearances in Sindh are continued with impunity, and more than 50 Sindhi nationalist workers, human rights defenders, and have been abducted by the Pakistani state recent months. Here, the names are Sarvej Nuhani, Imdad Shah, Dost Ali Bhatti, Aziz Kambrani, Muhammad Ali Chandu, and more than 70 other political workers are forcefully disappeared by the Pakistani military forces in Sindh. Sindhi political human rights organizations are demanding that if any missing person has committed any crime, then produce them in the court of law and prove your allegation. We request the UN and wage for the making political and diplomatic pressure on Pakistan to release political and nationalist workers of Sindh. Here I am talking about extrajudicial killings in Sindh. The practice of extrajudicial killing is continued from long of time in Sindh. Popular Sindhi political leaders Bashir Khan Qureshi, Muzaffar Bhutto, Samila Kalhodo, Sarai Kurban Khwar, Ruplo Chodani, Nurullah Tonyo, Niazla Shari, Salman Wadu, and several other nationalist political workers have been killed by the Pakistani forces in extrajudicial and thrown out their blood-reddened bodies on the roads. Pakistani forces and CTD recent Karachi killed two poor workers based most poor area of Sindh, Tharparkar, namely Alhadino Rahmoon and Nawab Rahmoon, in a fake encounter in Karachi on 18th May 2022. Here, the other case is Irfan Jatoi. Police claim that Irfan Jatoi was decoyed and was wanted in similar criminal cases. Shoot died in exchange of fire with police in Sakkar district. According to a family of Irfan Jatoi was Sindh University student. So that such fake encounters staged for the extrajudicial killing have been hallmark of Pakistani agencies. Here I'm talking about the forced religious conversion. Today, the abduction of forced conversion and marriages of non-Muslim girls have been one of the biggest human rights crises of Sindh. Hundreds of Sindhi Hindu girls have been forcefully converted from the Hindu religion to Muslim religion and forcefully married to Muslim religious extremists. In the last week of March 2022, Pooja Kumari, 18-year-old girl, was killed during the abduction attempt in the Pakistan's Sindh province. This practice is being reported increasingly in the Ghotki, Sakkar, Tharparkar, Umarkot, Mirpur Khas, Latkana, and other districts of Sindh. The Barchunda Madarsa of Mia Mittu is Daharki, Ghotki, is a main center of abduction and forced conversion of Hindu girls in Sindh. This systematic harassment and abuse of Sindhi Hindus in Pakistan is fully supported by the state actors and and particularly in Sindh is became states wants to create disstability among the Sindhi people and force them to migrate their ancestral homeland. Thank you very much to giving me this opportunity. This was my case.
Thank you
Thank you.
so much, Ms. Abasi, for your intervention. Speakers, presenters,
If you have any response to her comments or statement, please just let me know. Otherwise, we may move on to next participant to have been raising his hands. Jeroen Zambak, would you please open your mic? We don't hear you. If he has a difficulties in opening his mic, you can also put your questions or comments in chat. But also, like, I would like to ask all presenters and speakers, because I have tons of questions and after your presentations, especially on the point, some of the participants raised in their comments. What do you see and then also, like, all of you mentioned in your presentation the rule of law, like implementation of the law is the issue, and then how UN or like international mechanism can intervene in the into the situation, which is actually very like hot potato between like the countries, states, the conflict between states, as well as the like internal conflicts, I could say, like among different groups who want to who want to have control or power or authorities in their community. So I may want to ask Samar first, because like I mentioned the rule of law in a country, as well as the interaction with the international human rights protection mechanism. Of course, with the mention of lack of strong mechanism in international bodies. So what do you say was it, like how we can promote rule of law in and then outside of the country? Oh, sorry, you're muted.
Thank you so much for raising this question. I think that most of the countries, in Afghanistan, for example, we are, as you know, that we are at war since 44 years. Different regime came and gone, but violation of human rights, unfortunately, continued in different way. We didn't had a real rule of law in last 20, 44 years, including now. But in the last 20 years, after 2002, we tried to establish the law and reform the laws. Of course, it was not easy to reform the law in the country because we have a strong group of, I would say, our fundamentalism or people who try to use religion as a tool in order to control the other people, including women, was not an easy issue. But we were able to change the laws, make the law according to some of the standards, not all. Because to give you an example, we had a law, elimination of violence against women law, which was we worked hard on it, and it was finally enforced by the presidential decree in 2009. But we were not able to pass it through the parliament because in parliament few people were against that. What? Three main um, articles. One was the age of the marriage for the girls, and they were of course, not happy with the age that we were proposing. We were insisting 18 years as a child because it's although they in the other civil law, the age for the marriage for the boys or 18, for the girls 16. We fought a lot to make it 16 because they were insisting for lower age for the girls. Although, of course, age of the marriage as a 16-year-old for the girls, in my personal view, is a legalization of child marriage in a way, in different manner. It's not in our country, but unfortunately, it exists in a lot of other countries. So we were not able to pass that law. Having a good law is part of the work, but the main issue is the implementation of the law. So we had this law as which was enforced by the presidential decree, but in different part of the country it was not implemented because the judge was a person who was very conservative male uh, mentality, and they were not really implementing the law. The rule of law, I think, is really important. First off, in the rule of law, I think I would say that it's very, very important that the law is made according to the principle of human rights, according to the obligation of the state. And then, secondly, it's really important that we have the implementation of the law. Thirdly, in my personal view, it's again accountability. The person who's the system, the legal system, which is police, prosecutor, and court, who have to enforce the law. If they violate the law, they should be accountable. And that mechanism is not really, unfortunately, in our case, was not there. But after the fall of the Afghanistan to the Taliban hand, none of these laws is enforced anymore. There's no law. There's the mentality of these people who try to be implemented as a law. And that is a big, big issue. That's why I'm saying that the minority in Afghanistan, although we are not too minority, but we are maybe 20% of the population in the country. But our religion is not recognized, and there's a lot of suicide attacks and killing and arbitrary arrest and against the Hazaras and the Shias in Afghanistan, but no accountability. So the rule of law is something that it's important. The implementation of the law is important, that everybody is protected, regardless of their origin or ethnicity or tribes or language or religion and the figure that we have. And unfortunately, that's not the case. It continues, and then there's no accountability for that.
Thank you, Samar. It is an issue, like like in a sort of absence of the national protection mechanism in some cases, especially after the war or transition. I guess like you served as a special rapporteur in Sudan, as on Sudan as well, and then
Yes.
yeah, there's a political turmoils and the transitions, and which is like which makes so difficult to the secure rule of law accountability you mentioned in the society. So it's in I hope like in that absence of national law or like legal protection mechanism, still like international human rights protection mechanism and the declaration of minority can play some roles, but which is also difficult, of course, already mentioned. Khadija and Dokan, if you want to like intervene, just let me know. Otherwise, we can move forward to the other participants who's raising his hands for long, and then like say his technical issue has been solved. Joseph Gerald, would you want to take a floor?
Hi. Hi, good evening from Malaysia. Gerald Joseph. I'm with NGO Pusat Komas and former commissioner with the National Human Rights Institution. Thank you for the presentations. I think one of the expectation for this session is to look at the role of the NHRI. So I can share from that point. I think Sima is also very experienced on that point on what is the protection mechanisms and program that can work or not. So I think the first thing is to actually create effective human rights institutions. So the selection of the commissioners are very important. So one of the criteria for GANDRI, the Global Alliance accreditation standard, is plurality. Plurality is a mix. The Malaysian Commission, we get the mix, but then the next question is whoever comes on board, you are a human rights commissioner for all human rights. So it's not like the minority commissioner will take care of minority rights. It should be a conceptual understanding on equality, on minority rights. I think there's a lack of understanding, even on the declaration in the NHRI. I just completed my term a month and a half ago. So when we were there, we were pushing for this agenda, but I think not enough. I think NHRIs have a very important role to be the voice and protector of this minority voices. Too little. But if you just sit in the office and wait for the voices to come, sometimes it doesn't come. We need to target, we need to go out, and we need to read a human rights violation not as just a normal violation as any other. We need to have a lens that this has another layer of a minority angle. So I think the investigation powers of the Human Rights Commission also must be able to investigate using the lens of racial discrimination, minority rights. I think those tools need to be sharpened. And I, for one, coming out of the commission I was in, is something that the commissions is has taken up. But still, we are a long way off. The fourth point is our voice is also a check. When government forgets, I use the word forgets in inverted commas, to speak on minority issues, because it's very often it's on the big agenda, the big development agenda, the big majority agenda. So I think we need to say, when your appointment, you have left out groups, when your race-based lenses has done this and done that. So I think one of an effective commission is to be able to be the voice on the lack of inclusiveness, because the practice of many governments, like in Malaysia, is majority rules. Like in the first session, we heard that. So I think that's something that needs to be done much more. I think these are a few things that I would like to share for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joseph, for sharing the situation in Malaysia, which is really like, important to have, different practices from, other countries, other in various countries in Asia, because they are so diverse. And then Samar, I think you have, your comments on that. Thank you. Please take floor.
Thank you again. Thanks to our colleague who raised the issue. I was the chairperson of Afghanistan Independent Human Rights Commission for 17 years. So I was the one who established the Human Rights Commission, and we were running. Because we were in a conflict and because we were coming from the conflict, we had a lot of work to do. And of course, we didn't have anything. There's no law, there's no legal system. So we were involved on a lot of things. We were sketching the issues of minorities. But I have a feeling that in the Asia Pacific or in other national institutions, it's always the state wants to put their own people, because it is really not an easy issue for us, because the state didn't know that the National Institution of Human Rights has really a role and be critical of the statement. We had, when they gave me the responsibility, I had, like, President Karzai was in power for 12, 13 years. I always had a fight with him on the appointment of the commissioners, and also on the implementation of our recommendation. To be very honest and frank, as I said, that we didn't have really strong laws. But we achieved a lot. I give you an example that we in a country like Afghanistan, we did a lot of very, very good work on transitional justice. And all the other issues of women's rights and child rights and rights of the people with disability, monitoring and investigation, how much we really reduce the torture cases and arbitrary arrest in the country is huge. So the issue of particularly the rights of the minorities were not really tackled. Honestly, I said that we didn't have a department. I propose that we should have a specific section in the Human Rights Commissions on minorities and rights of minorities. Um, the Human Rights Commission anywhere in any country is not liked by the state. Although a state has, or the president, whoever has the influence that they appoint the commissioners. But in our case, when it came to appointment of the commissioners, they were not, I mean, they didn't want to remove me because I was very critical. And I have to say that I was effective. But they really gave me very problematic commissioners. In the last appointment when I was there and the commissioners, I got some commissioners who never act or never been an activist of human rights. They didn't believe on human rights, but politically, because they were involved on some, and the president put and removed some of the commissioners who were critical of the political rights, because we were monitoring political rights. We were monitoring economic, cultural, and social rights of the people. We were the only independent commission or national institution of human rights that we had regularly reporting on the socio-economic and cultural rights of the people. And that was kind of at the beginning we were doing every year, but then we didn't see much improvement, and then we made the report every second year. But then in 2019, when my term was over, the new selection of the President Ghani was really, I would say, not as good as it should have been. And then now the Taliban abolished the National Institution of Human Rights. We started from scratch and we built all the buildings and resources of the Human Rights Commission in different parts of the country is taken, and they abolished it. And the special rapporteur for the on the situation of human rights in Afghanistan, he was in Afghanistan. We had a webinar with him yesterday. He said the Taliban said that there's no need for human rights institution. They can go to the court. In the court, all the judges and the prosecutor who removed the trained one currently is the religious scholar, according to them, according to the government. So that is the real environment. And I support, I think the National Institution of Human Rights is the core mechanism in the country. And that should be really supported by all of our states and government. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for Samara, for your strong intervention and based on your like long time experience. And then I truly believe your achievements and effort were not in vain, because like there are a lot of like I think in minorities, women's and people in Afghanistan affected by your work. In a like human rights commission, and then also like there should be a legacy in the society. So it is like such an important institution in many countries in Asia, not only in Afghanistan and other countries. Of course there's a political sort of backlash against it, I think. And then sometimes people like in the institution, human rights institution or commission need to like fight sort of like inside the organization, which is also like
a big issue for human rights defenders. But I think, like this is the comment of Samar gave us, great insights, like how we can move forward in the in protection on in regards to the protection of human rights, like using the National Human Rights Institute, like, such as in Malaysia. And sorry for
Yeah,
Chupen. Oh, sorry, would you?
I think just one last comment.
Mhm.
In the
Please.
cases
Mhm.
of conflict,
Mhm.
the Human Rights Commission or actually is squeezed between the different groups. So we are not liked by the state, and not protected by the state, not protected by the oppositions, armed groups. So we are in a difficult situation, and this is the case in
Totally
most of the
understand.
Asian countries. And I think
Oh, sorry, Sama, you're on mute. You're on mute.
it can be a very effective mechanism to be supported. When some of the countries or they have the Commission for Minorities, it's a state institution. It doesn't really criticize the state. The national institution should be independent,
True.
and it depends always on the leadership and structure.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Samar. This is so true. Like national, like human rights mechanism or like national human rights institution is in the most difficult situation. Like in between, like many actors, with a different sort of direction and opinions. But it can also be a platform, for all different stakeholders. Like it can discuss, like their and then also like and integrate like their opinions and directions towards the common goals of the countries. So sorry for Japan. I think you've been waiting for long, and then you also mentioned your technical issues has been solved, so you may be able to open your mic and then speak
Yes,
up.
thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Chu Peng from the International Department of the National Ethnic Affairs Commission of China, NIAC for short. NIAC is a ministry in China's central government in charge of ethnic affairs. The promotion and protection of ethnic minorities' rights is one of our important functions. Taking this opportunity, and especially in response to the malicious speech of Mr. Dokun Essa, we hereby clarify the truth of China's ethnic minority affairs. What he said, including the so-called crimes against humanity, concentration camps, cultural assimilation, forced labor, religious persecution in Xinjiang, and so on, are malicious lies. As he said, he is identified by Chinese government as a terrorist. That's because he has all along been fabricating rumors and lies about Xinjiang, spreading religious extremism and instigating violent terrorism and separatism. The so-called World Uyghur Congress is an anti-China separatist organization. What he did, as he put just now, in many international occasions, is an attempt to smear Xinjiang, which is an Chinese ethnic minority areas, so as to undermine China's ethnic unity and hobble the development of other ethnic minority areas. We firmly oppose and strongly condemn the wrongdoing of the organizers of this forum for inviting and admitting the participation of Dokun Essa. The truth is, China has invested a significant effort in promoting and protecting ethnic minorities' rights from various aspects. Taking the right of using ethnic minority languages as an example, the Chinese government protects by law the legitimate use of the spoken and written languages of ethnic minorities in the areas of administration and judicature, press and public publishing, radio, film, and television, culture, and education. Here, we have many colleagues in NIAC who are from ethnic minorities, including Uyghur group, and they can speak and write in the languages of their ethnic groups quite well. Besides, NIAC has affiliated organizations such as the China Ethnic Languages Translation Bureau and the National Solidarity Press. When the annual sessions of the National People's Congress and the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference National Committee are held concurrently each year, the China Ethnic Languages Translation Bureau provides translation in ethnic minority languages, including Uyghur language. The National Solidarity Press issues a magazine in 5 languages, including Standard Chinese, Mongolian, Uyghur, Kazakh, and Korean, and runs its WeChat official, which is a Chinese a Facebook account, also in the 5 languages. We expect fair and objective discussions about Xinjiang and ethnic affairs in China in this forum and hope that the organizers respect the facts and truth as well as our concerns. That's all of my speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chiu Pen. Let me just remind you all one thing. World Uyghur Congress is not on the list of prescribed terrorist or sanctioned organizations of the United Nations, and it has participated in the past in the UN Forum of Minority Issues. There is therefore, no basis on which the regional forum can exclude the speaker as either participants or the panelists. And then I truly appreciate, this exchange, of speakers in different positions. But we would like to pay respect to all speakers in all diverse positions, among ethnic minorities, including Uyghur. Maybe Dorkan, do you want to take a floor?
Yes, thank you. Well, thank you. This lady, if I'm not wrong, she's saying she represented the China National Ethnic Affairs Committee. I truly believe normally, on the rule and on the Chinese constitution, on the law, ethnic departments, ethnic issues should be is a function, is responsibility should be protects the right of the minority. But we have seen no, she is the attack to me, World Uyghur Congress, and the Uyghur as well. So first, this lady, you should understand your original responsibility. And you say World Uyghur Congress and the Dolphin is a terrorist. What is a terrorist? You know, hold my life, I have never seen any real bomb, real gun, I have never killed any chicken in my lifetime. But today, CCP, your government, killed 100,000 of Uyghur. More than 3 million Uyghur, Kazakh, other ethnic people is suffering today concentration camp. CCP killed my mother. She was 70 years old lady. She pensioners. She was not terrorist. She was a very ordinary housewife. She was detained 2017, more than 1 year, one of the concentration camp. She died in one of the concentration camp. This is the report for internationally, And today, my younger brother sentenced to life. My older brother, he's a mathematics professor. Some say 17 years sentence, some say 24 years sentence. Because they are my brothers, my sister, my family members, because they are ethnicity, because they are Uyghur. This is the old crime, He's a mathematics professor, I told you. So, but at least since today is 21st century, you say China, everything is wonderful. If you are really truly believe what you are saying, why you let us not communicate with a family member? More than 5 years, I have lost contact with my family member. This all heartbreaking news. I just got from the international media. Not my case, not unique. All Uyghur who living in exile, United States, Europe, Turkey, rest of the world, have lost contact family member. We cannot communicate it. This 21st century communication is not problem at all, but for us it's a big problem. Only some sad news was happening in our family phoned us, but normally we cannot communicate it. So this is the reality. How you can explain this? Yeah, so that's why. Yeah, please, you will be okay. I don't mind because you there is no freedom expression in China. You cannot speak in you freely. You read only what your boss order to you. This is the reality on China. Yes, it's in China's constitution. I already mentioned my statement. Autonomic law, Chinese constitution. There is a lot of right for the civilian, for the Uyghur, Tibet, even Chinese people as well. But is the law, constitution, this all must be exist for the protection of a citizen, benefit for the people, basic right. But unfortunately, in China, constitution, autonomic law, everything exists just for protect the Chinese Communist Party rule. This is the reality. Not only the law, even the Chinese media, and the administration, all just work in service the Chinese Communist Party's benefit. This is the wrong place. This is the issue. This is the we are talking about. China should order and respect not only international law, should be respect its own constitution. This is the issue.
Thank you, Dorcan, for your response. I think we have a sort of big issues, facing this situation, how international community and then like a mechanism can respond. Like before, I would like to ask that question to Khadija, but like before we move on that, just like take one more comment or question from the floor because he's been waiting for long. Apologies um, for the delay to call you on, Mr. Zandberg, Jeren Zandberg. I think you mentioned you can open your mic and then if you want to take the floor, please. Guess you have.
Working now? Yep.
Okay, yes, now we can hear you. Sorry for letting you wait for long.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have a different, not about East Xinjiang, but about something else. Distinguished guest, I wish to highlight an issue which impacts the minority on the western part of the island of New Guinea, West Papua, which is part of Indonesia. This issue is the increased extraction of natural resources to supply the international market as part of the global energy transition and its impact on minorities in the West Papua region. The West Papuan region contains the world's largest reserves of gold and second largest reserves of copper. The extraction of these minerals has been a major driving force for economic development and brought many migrants and multinational corporations to the area since the 1960s. This development has, however, brought little progress in the well-being of the indigenous Papuan minority, who continue to suffer from exclusion, poverty, and the inability to take control over their future. In recent years, the extraction of minerals has intensified and expanded. For example, recent nickel mining in the Raja Ampat Regency in the western tip of the island has had a major impact on the biodiversity of the region, where the coral reefs are suffering from the environmental impact of the mining. Furthermore, the economic structure of the region has been transformed from indigenous ownership of natural capital to extractive capitalism with little to no control of the economy by the indigenous minority. Copper and nickel extraction play a key role in the global energy transition, since they are essential for the production of many electrical products. The supply chain, from the extraction of minerals to the end product, is diffuse and obscure, with many private and public organizations having control over small parts of it. This lack of transparency of the supply chain is detrimental to holding people and organizations accountable for human rights violations and leaves the Papuans powerless. Furthermore, the Indonesian government has started a program to stop the export of minerals and instead use them to create the high-end products nationally. However, the Papuan minority has no say in this policy, and the move by the Indonesian government to add more value to the supply chain nationally has led to a further decrease of transparency. This brings me to the recommendations. These are the following. Include the Papuan minority in the decision-making process on where and how to extract mineral resources. And secondly, create a fully transparent structure of the entire supply chain for products needed in the energy transition in order to empower minorities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dunbar or Jaren, if I may. Extraction of the resource from minority community is a big issue, I think, not only in Indonesia or Papua New Guinea, but also in other, like states and then communities as well. Katja, do you want to say something on that, or like if you can respond to my sort of broader question I previously cast it on you, it would be truly great, like appreciated, especially like you already like gave us a lot of recommendation on the improvement of the international human rights protection or UN system. But like now after like several interventions, we recognize like difficulties in like such a diverse opinions and the directions, and then how UN can perform as a platform to like building for building consensus is a challenge, for all of us, I think. So, like, as a independent, like human rights expert and researcher, I am really interested in your opinions.
Thank you, Ayako. Actually, I'll answer your previous question first, and then we can talk about extraction of resources.
Yeah.
Because this is something that Seema and spoke about, and Joseph, I think earlier from Malaysia, spoke about. So, if the role of a NHRI is very important, but you should also see the way we imagine a nation state. Sometimes some minorities get excluded to the point that the state might not have a lot of legitimacy. At that point, how is it that state institutions like NHRCs or NHRIs, how is it that when they conduct themselves, they have legitimacy in the groups that they are representing and talking, because when we're talking human rights, we're talking marginalized groups. So I would expect that when an NHRC or NHRI talks, it is talking to the government on behalf of those that are marginalized. It's representing their interest in the power corridors. And sometimes that legitimacy is lacking, and primarily because how nation states are imagined, they're imagined as states with linear histories, one dominant narrative, one dominant history, one dominant sort of language, this one identity, this emphasis on one identity. And I think that sometimes can be very problematic. And I think at that point, international instruments can step in, which is why one of the recommendations I said was that if there's a regional office, for example, in South Asia, if we take the example of South Asia, for example, uh, it could help monitor not just the situation on ground, but it could also be a liaison between the state institutions and the UN, because sometimes some groups might look outside for advocacy, and that is because of histories of long violations against them, not because they are particularly anti-national or they're terrorist or they're extremist. It's just that histories play out in a certain way in post-colonial situations. And most of the countries that Asia has are recent countries. They are post-colonial countries. They are 70 years old, 75 years old, etc. Right? So I think in these situations, it's important that UN mechanisms are strong, not only strong, but have binding power. And I think that is the key where the Declaration on Minorities actually loses its bite. I think the intention behind it is really good, but because it cannot be implemented, you cannot make state parties obligated towards it. I think that creates a gap in terms of what the states profess, because all states come to international platforms and say really nice things, but we know in practice that things are different. So I think that is one of the points I wanted to say. And I quickly want to add one thing. So, for example, the Indian NHRC, right? It's a body nominated by the government. It works with the civil society. Sometimes does good work, sometimes questionable. It holds the annual competition. So, and the annual competition is a debate competition between security forces, and the topics can be really bizarre. So, for example, the 2021 topic was. Let me just tell you what the topic was. It was, um, I have it here somewhere. So it was basically if human rights are important for the realization of a democracy or not, are they a barrier in carrying out are they a barrier in carrying out uh, so the topic was, are human rights a stumbling block in fighting evils like terrorism and naxalism? And I don't think NHRC should be even questioning human rights, because that's the whole idea. They're defended. I mean, you just take it. So these things can create a lot of doubts in the minds of those who are persecuted, especially in violent hate crimes. And in context of India, of course, Islamophobia is a big problem right now. I just highlighted only a few things in my presentation, which I picked things that special rapporteurs have released communications on, so that I had proof if someone questioned me. But this is a huge problem. The second thing, of course, is extraction of resources, and that I think, I mean, in international relations, we call it the resource curse. It's always the poor who have the resources, and the powerful come and exploit it. So, I mean, it's just there's this whole new neo-colonial relationship you see, for example, between the West and Africa, as different countries of Africa, and you see that between, say, the metropoles of countries, and then the extraction that they get from smaller towns, villages, rural areas. So I think that kind of neo-colonial relationship, that kind of dependency, is part of the economic order that we are part of, and the nation state fits in quite well into that. And I think, unfortunately for all of us, many times resources are concentrated where minorities or very underprivileged groups live. So that is something I think that can only be tackled with international advocacy. It cannot be tackled at domestic level, because accountability will be lacking. It is when international community sort of presses states for accountability, that is when they answer. Because sometimes some communities are very marginalized. They are not politically represented. They do not speak the language of legislation, fancy English, or other colonial tongues. So it's important that at that time international community steps in and helps out. So that,
Thank you. Thank you so much, Khadija. This is very insightful. And if Samar and Dolkan have any comments on, please go ahead, Samar.
Well, I have some small comment.
Sorry, before Dolkan, Samar, which
Okay.
which of you?
Sorry to stop you. I think I completely agree, Khadija, with you, because the National Institution of Human Rights can be used as a tool by some of the state. That's why I insist on independency. In our case, because the state was not strong enough when we started the Human Rights Commission. So with the small structure that I had compared to the state, it was very easy to create the space, and honestly, very loud voice on those issues. So we had the possibility to establish and be effective. But of course, the opposition to us was also not only the state, but also the people who were outside of the state, so-called mujahideen leaders. And they were using this excuse that the human rights is a Western value. It's not, Islam gives all the value, all the rights and everything. There's no doubt on that Islam gives the rights. Do we apply Islamic rights given to the people? Like today, I mean, Islam started with Iqra. Do they allow us to study? For example, they asked all the women to cover their faces, and I asked the question that in the Mecca, which is the most holiest place for Muslims, everybody walk around during the pilgrim, during the Hajj, with open face from all over, men and women. Nobody is separate. That this is Afghan, this is Indian, this is African, this is Egyptian, or whoever. But in Afghanistan, you require the women to to cover their face. Do you think Afghanistan is more holy than Mecca? They have no answer. So that is that was quite difficult. And the function between the Afghanistan Independent Human Rights Commission and the Indian, it was kind of a different, because India was only focusing on monitoring, but all was quite wide range. First, Afghanistan compared to India with 35 million people is easier. But of course, because of lack of rule of law, it was not easy because of the different actors in the country was not. So I think that is one issue. That second thing that I would like to insist, and that is part of my recommendation, a regional mechanism is needed. We tried in 2010 for 3-4 years. Some of our activists in the region from India, Pakistan, Nepal, Afghanistan, Maldives, and all the other countries, we tried very hard to establish a regional mechanism. But unfortunately, because of the Pakistan-India problem, and even in the SARC, we wanted to intervene during the SARC meetings. It didn't happen. India, particularly Indian government, was not in favor of acting. We were able to convince our government to act on behalf of us. So it is really needed to have a regional mechanism to be a bridge between international mechanism and regional mechanism in the states, in the National Institution of Human Rights. The final point that I would like to mention, that the IDP high-level panel is over, so I'm not anymore member. Currently, I'm the scholar at risk at the Harvard. I'm visiting scholar at Harvard University.
Congratulations on your new post.
Forced, forced displaced person.
There you have a great roles in Harvard as well, I believe. And then before we move on to the comments of Dokan, are you comfortable, like, we can take some of the questions of participants and then go to your comments? Is it okay? Okay, thank you. So like we have like some participants to raise hands. Because of the time constraint, we only have 10 minutes left. I hope you can keep your comments or question short and concise. But Wanfor, would you mind opening your mic and then speak up?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, dear moderator and fellow participants, I'm Wang Hua from the National Ethnic Affairs Commission of the People's Republic of China. Next, I will make a brief introduction to Xinjiang. China has upheld a people-centered approach to human rights protection, treating the right to subsistence and development as the primary human rights. China has enriched its strategy for the governance of Xinjiang with the following guidelines: governing Xinjiang in accordance with the law, maintaining stability in the region through ethnic unity, nourishing the cultures of Xinjiang, promoting prosperity among the local population, and developing Xinjiang from a long-term perspective. In the process, China has given priority to securing and improving people's well-being, advanced various undertakings in Xinjiang, and shared the fruits of reform and development with the people of all ethnic groups, so as to guarantee their equal rights to participation and development. Thanks to these efforts, human rights have made steady progress in Xinjiang. The political, economic, social, cultural, and other rights of the people of every ethnic group are effectively guaranteed. Over the past 60-plus years, the population in Xinjiang increased fourfold, and the Uyghur population grew from 2.2 million to about 12 million. People of all ethnic groups in Xinjiang are living a happy life and enjoying unprecedented security, peace, and happiness. In recent years, more than 2,000 experts, scholars, journalists, and religious personnel from over 100 countries have visited Xinjiang. They have seen firsthand facts about social stability, economic development, and people's happy life in Xinjiang. China welcomes foreigners who uphold a fair and objective position to visit Xinjiang and see the real Xinjiang with their own eyes. We believe that in the face of facts, lies, and disinformation concocted by anti-China forces will fall apart. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wang For. So if Yan Chao, if you can speak, you can also have a floor, but please be short and concise, as we want to have speakers, presenters to give final comments at the end. Okay, Yan Chao.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, moderator. Can you hear me and see me?
Yes, we can hear you and see you.
Okay. I'm Yang Chao from China Ethnic Minority Association for External Exchanges. It is my great honor to participate in this discussion. I'm from bi-ethnic group in China. I think what Dr. Issa said is not responsible and objective, and his statements are full of bias and false points. I'd like to share China's relevant practice on minority rights protection from the perspective of vision, institution, and law. Firstly, China espouses a people-centered view of human rights and upholds the rights to subsistence and development as the primary and basic human rights. By the end of 2020, all 420 national-level poverty-stricken counties in China's ethnic autonomous area have been lifted out of poverty. 31.21 million restricted poor in 8 ethnic provinces and autonomous regions have shaken off poverty, and extreme poverty was eliminated in all 28 of the ethnic minority groups with a small population. Secondly, China protects the rights and interests of ethnic minorities through scientific and effective institutional arrangements. The 13th National People's Congress has 438 deputies from ethnic minority groups, accounting for 14.7% of the total, and the 13th CPPCC National Committee has 247 members from ethnic minority groups, making up 11.5% of the total. Among the 5 provincial-level autonomous regions in China, Xinjiang is the only one region that has autonomous areas at all the 3 levels: region, prefecture, and county. The chair of the autonomous region, the governors of the autonomous prefectures, and the heads of autonomous counties are all citizens from the local ethnic groups exercising regional autonomy. Ultimately, China
Yan
ensures
Chao?
that people of
I'm
yes.
terribly sorry, because due to the constraint of time, and then we want to give the last participants to have a floor as well. Can you? Can
Okay,
I?
thank you.
Yeah. Can you? Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for intervention. And then last participants to have intervention is Chen Bater. Would you open your
Hello,
mic and then hello?
can you hear
Yes.
me?
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
hear
okay.
you.
Thank you. Give me the last opportunity. I'm waiting for the long time.
Sorry.
Yeah, let's turn to our theme of the panel. Okay, turn to the recommendation implementation. The statement. My title of statement is "All paths led to the same destination, the shared principle and the different practices of ethnic minority human rights protection." First, let me explain the title of my talk. All paths led to the same destination. This idiom came from the Taoists in China. It reminds me of the European idiom, all roads led to Rome, which means there are different ways to achieve the same result in the end. When it comes to protecting minority human rights, there are also different practices to achieve the same goal, as long as they are guided by the shared principle. Shared principles are International Declaration of Minority Human Rights Protecting. For example, 30 years ago, we as adopted by the United Nations General Assembly. This declaration is essentially a set of general principles that guide human rights practice of different regions of all member states. This declaration, to some extent, like the destination or Rome I mentioned above, awaiting all member states to build the road of peace. Of course, intermediary institutions such as the European Union, EU, OAU, also ASAN are supported to make bridge between UN or United Nations Human Rights Council and all member states. By reviewing the intermediary institution work on nation or have developed their own framework on minority human rights or racial discrimination. For example,
I'm
framework.
terribly like Mr. Patel. I'm
Okay.
so sorry. Like we don't have. Could you mind concluding your comments? Because
Okay.
like I would like to like give all speakers to to have final comments or like just 1 minute final remark.
Okay, 1 minute. In sum, the principle of or declaration of minority human rights protection at the international or regional level are very important. It belongs to the metaphysical level of philosophy or beliefs. However, it's a kind of unity, but not uniformity. In other words, respective member states may take different paths or to transfer this principle into action. This belong to the physical level of practice or methodology. We should allow for such diversity, but not restrict ourselves to the only one way. In terms of philosophy and beliefs, we need to reach cross-cultural understanding and consensus member state to form diversity paths, as long as the same philosophy and beliefs guide the different practice of methodology. I deeply believe all paths will lead to the same destination. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Patel, and then thank you so much for all participants to give us, all rich comments and sharing your experience and insights. This is, like coming to the close of the session, but before then, I would like to have the final remarks of, from each speakers. Maybe we can start from Dolken and then go Khadija and Samal. So, Dolken, please.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. First, I would like to thank it is amazing today. So many officials of the China national minority issue joining this event. It is great. But I would like to remind this official, your responsibility not criticize the member of the Uyghur population or Uyghur Khmer activists. Your responsibility, you have to understand, it should be improved. Basic right of the minority Uyghur and some other peoples here. So anyway, I totally agree. Ms. Sima and Khadija, they are saying is that the national mechanism, human rights mechanism, must be independently. It is the good idea, and also Sima saying is a regional mechanism is necessarily regional. It is good. But problem is, this mechanism can be done only democratic countries. But authoritarian country, all countries have such a mechanism. For example, just today we have seen China National Minority Issue Department. We have seen, but we have seen the attitude of them. So that's why this kind of mechanism, I believe, exists all country, but not function. Function is different. Only democratic country can partly doing this independency, but authoritarian regime is impossible. There is my recommendation. This UN level internationally should be built is a better protection mechanism for the human rights. Problem now is so many human rights UN special rapporteur minority issue and the UN special rapporteur is the indigenous issue and the UN working group on the infosys several mechanism special procedures will exist, but this have a very limited power. For example, this special rapporteur want to visit some area, they are waiting and waiting for the permissions of the countries. Is country cannot permission, they are waiting. This is the problem. So this mechanism should be improved internationally. United Nations special procedure should have give more power, independence power. Then it is maybe more benefit for the improve the situation. And no, recently we have all seen High Commissioner of Human Rights Michelle Bachelet visit the Uyghur region, but her visit is a really big disappointment. He has lost historical opportunity, and so in this situation we strongly believe whole UN human rights mechanism must be reformed. Today, Human Rights Council occupied some authoritarian country like China, Russia, Saudi Arabia. This all kind of authoritarian country occupies the human rights system. How is it possible to improve the situation? So that's why I truly believe, and the UN human rights mechanism and must be in the reform. It is the only solution that find a good way for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dilkan. Can I have your final remark, Khadija?
Yeah, thank you so much, Dolkan. So to build on Dolkan, I think what he has just said is even more important in post-COVID-19 world, because we've seen states have centralized power more and more, and the biggest victims of that have been marginalized communities, especially minorities and indigenous groups. So I think making international mechanisms stronger, and as he pointed out, mechanisms that are made of experts and not per se of states, more strong, is the need of the hour. And I think that can only be done if international law, if we start looking at instruments, if we start constructing norms that are more binding on state parties, and give more voice to civil society. So I think solidarities across regions, across groups are important at this time, and also making sure that expert mechanisms get stronger through more binding powers. So that would be my closing remark. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Khadija. And then final, last remark, Sama.
Yes, thank you. I fully agree with our colleagues, Duncan and Khadija, on the issues. But I think, again, I would say that if it's really independent in national institution, based on Paris principle, they would be the main force within the country. In my personal view, those minorities has to be empowered in order to be able to raise their voice. And also regional mechanism, if we are able to really make a regional mechanism based on values and principle of human rights. And I fully agree that the United Nations has to be more stronger with more teeth. But we have to remember that the 5 countries permanent member of the Security Council, they are in war between themselves rather than protection of human rights, unfortunately. So I think civil society, media has to be empowered in order to raise this issue and be critical of the mechanism which does not really have a strong teeth to keep the accountability. And promotion of accountability and justice is the final issue. Otherwise, everybody is nice leaders with a whole structure, with stealing all the national resources, and nobody will keep them accountable, and empower the people to keep push for accountability of their leadership and participate on the future of the political system in their country. And thank you so much. It's a lot to do, but I think if we are united on our approach, then we will be able to achieve slowly, step by step, and push the pushback back to forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Samar. I agree with you in solidarity. I I've been devastated by the human rights violations all over the world. But like every time I, in this kind of panel, like as a moderator, but today I listen to all the like wonderful like insights and efforts. And when we look at the history of international law and the dynamism of the international human rights mechanism in evolution, there's a lot of reform, change, improvement, with the effort of, civil society groups and engaging other stakeholders, including states. So like, we can move forward, based on discussion today, to reform the UN human rights mechanism as well as in national, international protection mechanism on minority rights and enhance the voice of all the minorities, who doesn't have, place to speak up or their voices. So thank you so much for your, contributions today. And I'm so glad to see you, have a chance to see you and then exchange ideas with you. And then I would like to conclude this session with a big appreciation to all speakers, all participants, and also interpreters and organizers of, making this wonderful platform happen. Thank you so much, and I wish you
Thank you.
all wonderful
Thank you
week.
so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. My Japanese bowing.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
How to
Thank you, Dolgan, for your hard time.
Thank you.
I truly appreciate your contribution so much. And please keep safe and healthy.
Okay, thank you. Okay, take care. Bye bye.
Take care. Bye
Bye.
bye.